and kind of the misdirections that have been given throughout. I don't even would not even begin to guesstimate how long this has been going on. But I will, if you're not following the co-host and the host, I will encourage you at this time, please follow the handles and, catch up on some of the exposés and readings that they're provided with documentation and, be up to speed on what we're discussing on this space today. So right now, I will hand it over to the co-host, David. David, you have been the one um, uh, at the forefront of this and with a big bullseye at your back. So go ahead, space is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks to everyone for being on the space. I see Pastor Shegs is already on the panel. We're waiting for RK. Hi, Pastor Shegs. So this is supposed to be a panel discussion, so it's not going to be a monologue. So there are quite a few people actually who, including especially people who were mentioned in the documents which we're going to be going through. Okay, I see RK is in the space. Thanks, RK. So we're going to bring up a few people as they show up. I tried to get Chidi Harry on the space as well, but he said he couldn't make it tonight, unfortunately. And I also see that in addition to those who were mentioned in the documents, there's also a few people on the space who are some of the, shall we say, the traducers who are working on the other side of the equation. So we're seeing the handles with the titles, disinformation researcher, and all these things. Well, you're also welcome on the space. If you want to say something, you're also free to request the mic and come up and have your say. So before all else, I guess just a quick recap for the sake of anyone who may have been living under a rock. So if you're not familiar with what the story is to begin with, I've put the link to a sort of brief summary of what is going on the Nest, the Jumbotron, so you can go read about it. As the space goes on, I'm going to be adding a few more important tweets to the Jumbotron. I actually put up a thread today that has the entire document in picture form. So I'm gonna pin that tweet to the Jumbotron as well, so that we can go through this thing sort of page by page as we're on the space. So brief recap. As you know, I'm an independent investigative journalist. Ideologically, I identify as an African nationalist, and apparently in the world that we live in, the fact of you being an African nationalist or a Nigerian nationalist or whatever doesn't sit well with some people, because some people think that the sun never set on the British Empire and they still own you. So it's their prerogative to tell you who you should and should not be friends with, who you should and should not associate yourself with, and what opinions you are and are not allowed to have. Because as an African, you're not meant to be independent, unlike those whose manifest destiny it is to dominate the earth, as God so surely intended. And apparently, in the course of doing the work that I do, in the way that I do it, I have pissed off some of these people. And the big idea for dealing with the irritation that I cause is to create this huge disinformation campaign labeling me pro-Kremlin or insinuating that I'm Russian funded, I'm Russian backed, because apparently that's meant to discredit someone by associating them with Russia. My response has always been, first of all, I'm not pro or anti anybody. I'm pro Africa, I'm pro Nigeria. That's all I care about. And I'm anti anything that is anti those things. But if you even wanted to label me pro-Kremlin or pro-Russia or whatever, well, I don't really care at the end of the day, because I'm a Nigerian citizen. Nigeria is a non-aligned country. So I am constitutionally permitted to associate with whoever and whatever it is that I want to on the face of this planet. I'm not a UK citizen, not a US citizen. I've never wanted to be. I've never tried to be. I've had all the opportunity in this world to gain those residencies and those citizenships, and I've never taken those opportunities, because that's just not what I came to this world for. So long story short, there's a 41-page document. It's called an adaptive country plan. Now, for those of you who don't know what that is, it's basically a step-by-step report that outlines the political information landscape of a country and sets out a plan for dominating this political information landscape. Now, this adaptive country plan was prepared by an NGO known as the Center for Information Resilience. You know, they always have these really weird Orwellian names. So this Center for Information Resilience, which apparently is based in London, is an NGO founded by two gentlemen, Adam Rutland and something Burley, I forget his name, who are both long-term employees of the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. And if you know how that works, that's basically a roundabout way of saying that these are both MI6 agents. And one of the people who also sits on the board of this organization, a lady called Cindy Otis, is a quite well-known former CIA analyst. So basically, this supposed non-governmental organization, which is very, very governmental, in fact, founded by intelligence people, is funded by the FCDO, i.e. the MI6. I should also mention at this point that the MI6, which is the official name is the SIS, the Secret Intelligence Service in the UK, is like the UK's premier foreign intelligence agency, and the head of the MI6 reports to the head of the FCDO. So the MI6 and FCDO are like joined at the hip. So it's kind of like the State Department and the CIA. They're kind of like two branches on the same tree, right? So this NGO is funded by the FCDO and is also funded by USAID, as I'm sure you're not surprised to learn. And recently, they decided that apparently the information landscape in Nigeria is sort of becoming a bit too independent for their liking, and Nigerians are becoming a bit too assertive for their liking. And there's some specific Nigerians and groups of Nigerians who are apparently information threats to be neutralized. Among those groups of Nigerians are people like myself. So my name was mentioned 51 times in that document. People like the opposition leader, Peter Obi, people like the so-called obedient movement, those were mentioned prominently. People like anti-GMO campaigners, which is where you're going to hear from Pastor Shegs. People who criticized Shell for its involvement in the execution of the Ogoni 9 and its pollution of the Niger Delta, which is where you're going to hear from RK. And people who spread, as the document puts it, anti-Bill Gates content, whatever the hell that means, because apparently that's also an offense. So basically, you're a citizen of Nigeria sitting in your own country, writing things that concern your own country on your own Twitter handle, and some guys in London are paying attention to everything and recording it and coming up with a plan for how to shut you up, basically. And the plan, in this case, was to put together a crack team, shall we say, a crack team of supposed Nigerian what was the term now? NGO journalists, right? The journalists who work exclusively using American and European grants, right? So the ones who have all those terms on their bios, you know, they're like clones. The bios all look the same. Disinformation researcher, fact checker, climate reporter, you know, those handles that have that buzzword soup in them, and they all work at the same group of 6 NGO-funded organizations in Abuja. So if it's not CDD, it's CJID. If it's not CJID, it's Humango. If it's not Humango, it's Premium Times. If it's not Premium Times, it's the cable. Right. So it's that group of people. So 10 journalists whose names I'm sure you've seen were selected to work on this foreign interference project, because let's be clear about this is a foreign interference project. This is British state intelligence trying to interfere in Nigeria's internal political conversations, which is illegal, by the way. So they put together a team of Nigerian journalists. They flew them out to Accra in Ghana. There's a really nice hotel called the Kempinski. If anyone here attended the Africa Bitcoin Convention in 2022, you'd know what the Kempinski looks like. It's one of the few genuine 5-star hotels in West Africa. And it starts from $500 a night. So apparently these guys were camped in Accra for a week. They were wined and dined. And the Oyimbos sort of put all the moves on them. right? So they're not telling them directly that, hey, we want you to go write hit pieces about so and so and so people. But it's like, okay, this we want you to tackle disinformation. So who and what can you think of are the people or the topics involved in disinformation in Nigeria today? And then it's sort of like massage them toward a particular direction because they obviously these are spies, these are intelligence agents. They know how to sort of work people's work human psychology and get move people in the direction that they want. And eventually the outcome of the meeting is they're going to go back to Lagos, and once every quarter each of them is going to push out a story that deals with one aspect of this supposed disinformation. So all those topics that I mentioned earlier. So be it regarding Bill Gates, be it regarding GMO crops in Nigeria, be it regarding David Hundein, be it regarding Peter Obi and the Obedient Movement, whatever it is, um, each of these journalists was to push out an article once a quarter. And the agreement was every quarter they pay the sum of £1,000 to do this. Sorry, there was some background noise here. So sorry. Oh my goodness. Sorry about that. There was a disturbance in the background. Didn't mean to interrupt the space. So yeah, I think we've got pretty much the hang of what has happened here, and basically the only reason we're having this space is because this document and the existence of this program was basically leaked to me, and I was able to put this out. And here we are. So I think at this point, I'm going to briefly hand the mic over to Pastor Shegs to introduce himself and what he does and how it is that he came to be mentioned in this document. And then after him to RK, and then we're going to break off into the panel. And then we're also going to speak to Kamwa as well. Kamwa is the editor at West Africa Weekly, and she's going to be coordinating this conversation. So Pastor Shegs, over to you.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening. Thank you very much for putting this call together. And yeah, I think it's about time we really get into this conversation at the level that we're having it, because these guys kind of like they repackaged colonialism, and they really don't want the leash to get off Africa's neck. And I would have been really surprised and disappointed if my name wasn't mentioned in those reports. And my name was mentioned about 7 times. Yeah, they used different of my names, and PSHEX, Dr. Shegun Adebayo, then my organization, CEFSA, Center for Food Safety and Agric Research, was also mentioned. And a public hearing, which I was a part of at the National Assembly, was also mentioned. Apparently, they're also very upset with the government officials who who organized the public hearing. And very interestingly, I should just tell you, during that public hearing, we were streaming that public hearing live on YouTube. And after a while, um, the streaming guys reported that there were guys that were jamming the signals. They didn't want it to go up, So, I mean, we're really fighting a war.
Sorry. Hi, Pastor Shagun. Sorry. Let's kind of give a little bit more flesh and context into this. Your public hearing, was it hosted in Nigeria or
It was in
outside of
Nigeria.
Nigeria?
It was in Nigeria. It was a public hearing on GMOs. Yeah, you could.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Exactly. So, January 2024, Nigeria commercialized genetically modified maize, and they called it Tela maize. And all the press releases that were done in January was talking about the brilliance of our scientists at the Institute of Agricultural Research in Zaria, how smart they were. They've come up with Nigeria's homegrown GMO maize to revolutionize our agriculture. It's going to be drought tolerant, pest resistant, and the likes. But I saw through it, and immediately I alerted a few friends of mine and I said, we need to get to the bottom of this. And we began digging. And immediately I found out that the same telomeres that these guys were, faffing about that is the best thing in the world from Nigeria, I found out that 10 years ago, they took the same telomeres to South Africa and South Africa kicked them out. South Africa accepted one of the strains, one of the, they call them events, MON 87460. That's what South Africa accepted and they kicked out the rest. Now, MON 87460 is a variant of telomeres. And now the MON there means Monsanto. So they took the same thing to Tanzania. They tried to force Tanzania to adopt it. Tanzania did the field trials and found out what it was, found out that all the promises were all false, and it was also going to be very bad to their homegrown crops. Tanzania kicked them out. So they took it to Kenya, dragged it back and forth for a while. Exactly the same thing that these guys said our scientists in Nigeria, invented. In fact, they didn't even change the name. It was the same name, telomeres. So the telomeres program was funded majorly through the key funder was through the AATF, and I think that's the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF. Now, AATF created another organization which is a more resilient platform called OFAB, Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnologists. Now, OFAB is like a forum where they situate it in Kenya, and Nigeria and some other parts of Africa. So you have OFAB Nigeria. Now, OFAB Nigeria's work is to...
Sorry, Pastor Shakes, can I just quickly ask a question? This AATF, right? Because when the name African yada yada yada, it sounds like it's something that is sort of indigenous to Africa. It's African governments that came up with it or whatnot. So can you confirm whether that's the case or whether this is a foreign NGO?
AATF is fully Bill Gates. 100% it's Bill Gates. That's Bill Gates.
Okay,
it has nothing to do with Africa.
It's important that we point these things out, because this is how these important pieces of information slide past people, because they couch everything in these layers of misdirection.
Yes. So
sorry, another question to add to that. So you are directly saying there's a direct correlation, or Monsanto and Bill Gates are working together on telomeres?
Oh, definitely.
Actors?
Definitely.
Okay,
I think in the course of this conversation, I'll put some screenshots out on the Jumbotron, so that I could show it to you. There are more than enough documents to show. And it should also interest us that in April, Bill Gates met with President Tinubu at somewhere in, I think, Dubai or wherever, April last year. And three things he discussed with Tinubu. The first was GMOs. Second was vaccines. Third was taxation. Three things. Those were the three things he talked to Tinubu about. Trying to, I'm twisting to for speedy adoption and to quell the naysayers that these things, especially the GMOs, was not. It's out there in the report. If you check out Tinubu meets with just a simple Google search, Tinubu meets with Bill Gates in, I think, Dubai or Abu Dhabi. You see it April last year. Now, AATF is a Bill Gates funded foundation.
Sorry, I'm going to have to butt in here. So out of these three things, we have seen the Tinubu government push two of those things through, which is the telomeres and the taxes, correct?
Yeah, and also the vaccines. You should also know that
Okay.
the current Minister of Health used to work in Gavi, and he rose to become the CEO of Gavi, our current Minister of Health. Now, to tell you that he's even pushing the vaccines even as strong as the others. Now, there is an organization called Solina. Solina, it's the acronym is SCIDA, SCIDAR.org. That's Solina, SCIDA. Now, that organization is Bill Gates' third most funded entity in Nigeria. If you go to Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, go to Grants Nigeria, download, it's an Excel sheet. You would download the entire funding for Nigeria. And when you sort it out by how much is given, you will see that he's given this organization, SCIDA, about $74 million. It's his third most funded entity in Nigeria. The second is, I think, IITA, and the first is the World Health Organization office in Nigeria. Now, I got very curious with this organization, SCIDA, and when I checked it up, I found out that the guy who was the head of this organization as at last year, 2 years ago rather, now this organization majorly advocates for primary health care, vaccines, assisting the government, advocating on all kinds of vaccines and stuff. And then this guy got appointed by this administration to become the head, the DG and CEO of Nigeria's primary healthcare board. So technically, the guy moves from being an advocate to becoming the policymaker, the driver of this same thing. And then immediately this guy enters. I mean, what other formation do you need? You already have the minister, you have the head of your most funded organization in Nigeria. That's apart from government organizations. I mean, that's a free flow for vaccines all over the country. So you could look this up also. So back to GMOs, that I was just trying to establish the fact that even on the GMO, on the vaccines part, Bill Gates is really, pushing a lot in. Now back to the GMOs, AATF creates OFAB. Now OFAB goes in country by country to advocate for everything they want to do. In other words, get the Biotechnology Society in the various countries, get them to comply with their standards and also to adopt their programs for Africa. Now, the head of OFAB Nigeria, now this is very interesting. The head of OFAB in Nigeria, her name is Dr. Rose Gidado. Now, if you check my handle, I always mention her because I want the whole world to know. Now, this woman is the country director for OFAB Nigeria. And at the same time, she is the director of the Department of Agricultural Biotechnology in the agency called NABDA, that is Nigerian Nigerian Biotech Research and Development Agency. Now she's the deputy director in this organization. Now what you're looking at here is a woman, a federal government staff, a civil servant, who doubles as the country director for a Bill Gates funded organization for the same purpose her department was created. And it's one of the most difficult things to do is to know when Rose Gidado is speaking on behalf of the government or she's speaking on behalf of OFAB. So you see things like federal government organizing a press conference to assure the safety of GMOs. But that press conference actually is being funded by OFAB. So you think it's the federal government, but it's actually OFAB. I mean, how creepy can it get? So you can look that up also. Just check out the name Rose Gidado. It's all over the place. So now they launched this Stellar Maze in January, and then immediately we began our plans to frustrate the efforts and expose it for really what it is. We found out that they've been carrying it from country to country. Now, this thing has been banned, first of all. It's been banned in many parts of the world. Mexico just did a 4-year ban to roll it back, and also If it's just the maize or the GMOs, that's fine. These GMOs actually genetically modify seeds. What? Okay, let me explain at this point what GMOs are. They are now there is the popular one called hybrids. Hybrids are where you same species. You could do grafting. You could improve the genetic stuff. Like controlling the mating, whether sexual or asexual, for the crops of animals. But now, when it's GMOs, and this is very typical of the case of telomeres, a gene is taken from another organism and put in another organism. That means you take a gene from maybe a horse and then you put it in a fish. So it crosses the species barrier. So in the case of telomeres, a gene was taken from Bacillus thuringiensis. That's the bacteria, and it was taken from that bacteria and put into the maize. Now, not just that alone. So that's when you say it's pest resistant. That means because Bacillus thuringiensis is actually if nematodes and insects eat it, as they're eating it, it bursts their stomach. So they said, okay, we like that trait. We like the fact that this thing is bad for pests. So they plant it. It's like making you an insecticide. So you don't have to spray Raid in your house anymore. You're just you're pest tolerant. So the mosquitoes don't like to bite you. So that's what they did with the maize. So they planted this gene in the maize. And if that was enough, now, if that was all, we could still be looking at it one kind. But then, because they are also an agrochemical company, and a lot of farmers use agrochemicals to control their weeds, and they have an agrochemical called Roundup, they programmed the seeds, that's the plants, to become resistant to Roundup. So when you spray Roundup, which is the active ingredient is glyphosate, when you spray it on your farm, your GMO farm, where you have planted a GMO, it's going to kill everything green apart from their own seeds. Now, you should understand that if you use another glyphosate-based agrochemical, it will kill the seed. So they've programmed it to be compatible only with their own products. So this is highly patented technology, and this is what they want us to eat. So, I mean, think about it. So the Roundup chemicals are now programmed to be compatible with the seeds. So you can spray as many times as you want, so the weeds would not grow on the farm. So you're looking at not just the seeds, but also glyphosate, which according to many reports, I mean, just Google it yourself, just where you are, just search it, just check glyphosate or Roundup lawsuits in America. And currently they've paid over 12 billion in litigation to people who got cancer from using their products. And they have settled over 12 billion. After all the losses, they decided to move ship to a place without proper judicial systems, and that is Africa. So they are coming to Africa to recoup on their investments, the losses they made in America. You could look it up. You could also look at when Bayer bought Monsanto for about $66 billion, and they've made a loss. At the time they bought, Bayer was about 93 euro per share. And because of the bad reputation of GMOs in America and other parts of the world, they lost a lot of money, down to about 27 euro per share. And, of course, banned in Europe. They are banned in the whole of European Union, both GMOs and glyphosate. They are banned in many parts of Asia. They are banned in Mexico. And some states in America have banned them. So the next place for business is Africa. So, of course, that's why we have it all over the place today. So, one other major thing that we also need to look at very carefully about GMOs is the fact that it's a major tool for food capitalism. Now, and this is the major reason why Russia bans GMO and proscribes anyone who cultivates GMO in their country as a terrorist. So this is how it works. When you plant a GMO farm, like for instance, you plant maize where you are now, you're not supposed to have an organic maize farm at least between 600 meters and 1 kilometer radius of your GMO farm because of open air pollination. So this GMO farm is going to cross-pollinate with your organic farm. And the traits of your GMO farm will become hosted on your organic farm. In other words, you stand the risk of sterilizing your organic farm with GMOs. Now, most of these GMOs are programmed F2. In other words, they can last for 2 generations. The seed breeders program it F2. When they sell it to the seed companies, they use one life, F1. By the time the seed companies are selling it to the farmers are buying what they can only plant once. Once they plant it once, the entire harvest is sterile. They can't replant their harvest. So the farmers have to go back to the seed companies, and the seed companies have to go back to the seed breeders. And that is actually the game of GMOs. So when this open air pollination happens, your natural variants of the same crop will get sterilized. So in that process, you will start finding out that you are losing your natural crops. You're not finding them anymore. And you would see this very thing I said you will find something like this in the recent Jurassic movie. They typified it there. And it's the same reason why Mexico banned GMOs. They said they were losing the natural maize that God gave them. They were losing it through open air pollination with the genetically modified variants. So think about it. The genetically modified one.
So Segun, thank you for the summary so far. But there's a burning question here that we can't let slide, which is you had a hearing in Nigeria based on all of these things. And I'm sure you provided evidence and detailed information at this hearing. What was the result from your hearing that you had in Nigeria? What did the Nigerian government do after your hearing?
Yeah, so the hearing was the motion was actually moved by a lawmaker in May 16th, who raised all these concerns. He raised it on the floor. Then the Committee on Agriculture was asked to investigate, do their research, and find out if it's true or not. They did their research, and according to back-end information that we got to know of, they found out that everything the guy said was true. So the public hearing was to bring both the proponents and the opponents of GMO to come to the House and tell the full story. And of course, there were over 50 lawmakers in that room that day, and all of them opposed GMOs, all of them. In fact, they were very upset. There was a particular guy who had received some funding from Bill Gates. You can look him up also, from the Nigerian Agribusiness Group. He's also the president of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria. They've received about $1.3 million from Bill Gates. He's been running on all media houses, advertising GMOs. The guy said in the House that it's better to eat GMOs and die than not to eat at all. And that was one of the biggest moments there. Everybody was against it. All the lawmakers raised their voices. They were all really upset. And they all said that this thing wasn't going to fly in the country. And the Committee on Agriculture was asked to prepare a report. And when they reconvened, this hearing was in November. And when they reconvene this year, they are going to present that report. And based on the last information that we got from the committee, we hear that they are under serious pressure from, of course, you know who, to ensure that the whole thing is silenced. But I don't think those guys want to, because I mean, one of the things that we made very clear to them is that if they allow it in, they are closer to the age where their organs will pack up. And I don't know any of them who travels out in the morning for breakfast or in the afternoon for lunch, and they don't travel out to eat. So if they allow it in Nigeria, it's going to affect everyone. This is something that, I mean, you don't have to be in a political party or be on any side of the political divide to know exactly what you're supposed to do. This is something that everyone has to join hands and kick out because, I mean, this is a major case of infertility. That's one of the biggest problems with GMOs. It makes if you eat, especially genetically modified maize, if you just a very simple Google search will show you that has as far back as year 2000, it's been a major cause of population. It's been a major cause of infertility, and of course, abortions, preterm births is part of the side effects. It's also a major cause of cancer. There is a research very public on the internet, Professor Seralini's research, that he fed mice GMO for about 6 to 9 months, and they developed cancerous tumors. So the health risks are there, the environmental risks are there, everything is out there. So it's a no question. So based on your question about what the House did, what the government is doing about it, the government they're not in support of it. From what I know, from the House of Assembly, the president's wife, from what I'm aware of, she's also not in support of it. The president is yet to say anything. Tinubu is mute on it. We hope he says something real quick. Because, I mean, to think of it, to be very fair to them, this thing came in through Goodluck Jonathan's era, February 2015. So APC basically, Buhari only worsened it by amending the NBMA Act of 2015. He amended it in 2019 to even widen Nigeria for more genetic manipulation. So far, so good. This is where we're at as per the government. The Minister of Agri was there and he was put on the spot. And he said, the Minister of Agri said at the public hearing that he knows that there are side effects to these things, that there are goods and there are bads to it, and that there's a lot of conspiracy theory out there. But he knows that these things are not all good. And of course, the people who are actually pushing it, the two ministries pushing it in Nigeria, are the Ministry of Science and Technology and also the Ministry of Environment. And the Minister of Agri actually said that the government should have brought those two ministers to the public hearing because they are the ones who, I mean, have been pushing it through their various agencies. Yeah.
Dr. Shegun, let me just jump in here. I think we need to bring Kamwa into the conversation. So Kamwa is the senior editor at the managing editor, at West African Weekly. And I remember last year when this Teller Maize issue was in the news, West Africa Weekly was actually the only media platform in Nigeria that actually attempted to file an FOIA to find out. I believe it was with NAFDAC. Kamwa, can you come in here? Because I remember it was our reporter, Maiwa Jurusimi, who pursued that story. Unfortunately, he's not on this panel, but his editor is here. So I guess who best to talk about this? Kamwa?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. We requested, we sent an FOIA request to the National Biosafety Management Agency to give us the analysis they did about the safety of the GMO maize, Teller. And we didn't get a response from them till about after a month or so. They wrote back that they would provide us with the analysis they did. But till today, as we host this space, we've not had a response from the NBMA till today. So as it is, even with the playing so much buzz around the safety issues, the institution that is directly involved with giving the safety analysis of this maize or these GMOs has not said anything, which clearly says that there is something fishy. And that goes to also corroborate with what Pastor Sheikh said about the management issue. They are everywhere, both legs in and out. So they are protecting an interest somewhere. So when the it's the government institute that is supposed to be the one to defend the people, provide analysis about things like this, are not doing their job, and no one is holding them to accountable, because of course he lies. But as of today, we've not had any response from the MBA
I
about
was
the analysis provided by they've done on telomeres particularly.
so
Mm,
let,
I
So
let me
yeah,
come in here. Can I come in here? So I was at the MBMA. I was at their office last week
go
in Abuja, and see, if you have an image in your mind of a government primary school, you know those old school Jaconde primary schools, if you have it in your mind, just know that that is what the NBMA office looks like. I was there myself. I took a picture in front of the place. Now, I wrote also to them for under the freedom of information, let's have risk assessments. They didn't even, in fact, they blocked me at a point. I I didn't mind. I wrote
A
again. They
government
didn't respond.
institution blocked you.
Yeah, they blocked me. They blocked me. They blocked the
Right.
Center for Food Safety. Yeah. So, but of course, they unblocked because I mean, I pinned their neck on the ground. I had a symposium in February, and they came physically. About 20 of their officials came, and we grilled them right there. And they couldn't. They promised to give us all the documents, which to this very moment they didn't give to us. I attended their seventh. They invited us to their biotechnology, to their biosafety conference in November last year. I attended, and every single person who was a resource person there was a promoter of biotechnology. So the biosafety organization is actually promoting GMOs. They're not in the middle, they're not regulating at
So
all.
so so the problem that I'm noticing a common thread through all the problems here. Come on, sorry, I think you need to mute your mic. So I'm noticing a common thread through all the problems here, and I think this is why I'm going to bring in Maiwa, and then Maiwa is going to feed into RK. So um, I think Maiwa has run into this particular problem multiple times, not just regarding GMOs, but regarding covering the Nigerian public space in general, which is that it almost seems as if the regulators in Nigeria are playing. Come on, sorry, you need to mute your mic. It seems as if in Nigeria, the regulators, like the referees, are playing like they're not acting neutral in the field of play. They have the jersey of one of the teams that is playing under their referee's jersey. That's how it's, because I remember whether it's this telomeres issue, there have been multiple issues like this, and Maiwa is always the one for some reason who is always at the grinding face of these issues. And it always seems as if the regulators in Nigeria are at best, they are not really interested in doing their jobs. Or worse still, it seems as if there is this external hand that is actually in control of the regulators. So basically, the basic sovereignty of Nigeria is in question here. Am I right in thinking that?
Yeah, absolutely. Greetings to everyone. I think the NAFDA, the MBR, the two agencies that are uh, of monitoring the inflow and outflow of genetic modified organisms in Nigeria are more of pro GMO, whereas they ought to be more of a regulating agency to control the risk and the risks of not just to earth but to our environment. But then, if as a regulatory body, you tend uh, to be pro of a product that are coming into your country, then there's a conflict of interest, which is why I believe the several of emails I've exchanged with the agency, the MBA, in requesting for FOI request that was seeking to obtain the risk assessment conducted to assure that the GMO that is coming to the country is actually safe and risk-free for the environment. But then it all boils down to why they had to reject the request, because and which is illegal. A media organization reach out to a publicly funded agency in the country requesting for information that would benefit the public of the country that you serve and you so are not to serve in the country. But then you turn down the request. At first, they took their time to respond to the mail. After a lot, they said they acknowledge that they will look into it and provide the risk assessment they conducted, which I know they didn't. If it were to be that, they would have easily provided it, and then they will have to, in providing that, will have to keep a lot of people that they deem as anti-GMO to actually answer most of their questions, which are actually valid. Because when you feel your food sovereignty is threatened and your health is threatened, the you won't you a citizen will not only be defensive, but then you want to protect protect your interests as an individual, as a means of survival. So these agencies act more of pro GMO rather than regulating how GMO comes into the country, which I find so much of a conflict of interest. So it's all boiled down to external influence behind the scenes doing the move of ensuring the head of these organizations tend to lean to a side of private sector more than the public people that they serve in the country, which is very bad and it's very unpatriotic. And then it's all come to having not just a single reporter from West Africa Weekly, but then from several media organizations where we can all come out to seek accountability from these public institutions because they are actually funded with our money. So if they are using our money to run the agency, you actually need what they are using it for, not just to serve the interests of external factors, or especially the private sectors through that are coming into the country through several agency of philanthropic organizations. So the agencies that are in charge of GMO in country needs to be questioned more than ever before as it is. So yeah, basically
Thank-
that was my issue with them.
Thanks, Mao. And I think this is
Okay.
where RK will come in. Sorry, Kama. We're going to circle back to you in just a few minutes, but we need to bring RK into the conversation here. This is where she comes in because I believe RK was mentioned in this adaptive country plan document by virtue of, as I recall, having criticized Shell for its involvement in pollution in the Niger Delta and the execution of the Ogoni Nine. And apparently, criticism of Shell, which is a private business, is something which a foreign intelligence agency sees as an informational threat in a sovereign country's information ecosystem to be neutralized, right? So the question then is, who is actually in charge of Nigeria? Is Nigeria functionally independent? Is it a sovereign country? Or is Nigeria still ruled by the Royal Niger Trading Company? Or is what exactly is going on here? RK.
Yes, good evening, everyone. This is my first experience, like hands-on, with the forces, behind our problems, all our issues. And thank you so much for, this, for your educating us, Nigerians at large. Because, okay, for me, I've always been puzzled, actually. I've been puzzled as to why we seem not to have control, as he said, over, major issues from our health to our food sovereignty to our mineral resources to even securing our borders, to political discourse, to social media. I try to put the dots together, like someone is definitely pulling the strings somewhere. It can't be. It is like it was clear that our government weren't the one necessary, because it doesn't really, like, there was somebody at the back end that was actually forcing our government to implement all these things. And I just tried to like do some research and fix the dots together. And after I was able to do that and realize that we just gained physical independence, really, economically, politically, every other aspect, we are not independent. We are literally still under very severe colonial control, interference, and that's what we are witnessing. Because I didn't know actually that my little efforts, I didn't plan to really do it on a big scale. I was just like the little people that I could enlighten and bring to the realization, because I found out another thing, that a lot of Nigerians were in the dark, which you can't really blame them, because most of these operations, most of these strings that are being pulled are done secretly, are done through proxy, covertly. So at the end of the day, you can't really pin it on Western influence. You can't really pin it on their control. It's usually going to be pinned at their so-called proxies, which are those that head the agencies, those that should be regulating things, the medical association. I I've listened to people like Dr. Philip Injemanzi, a renowned neuroscientist. I'm a microbiologist by profession. So, that's probably where my interest in all these, things came from the health aspects and, to the other aspects. So when Dr. Philip was talking about how he was present live in a video conference with officers from General Electric, which is a leading healthcare, like a big pharma, owned by this set of people that controls everything or want to control everything. So he said they told them directly to their faces that they want all medical practitioners in Nigeria to name their price, like an open check, to name their price and tell them what they want, so that they could hand off all medical practices in Nigeria and hand it over to Bill Gates and his subsidiaries. And Dr. Philip said he was shocked at that. He mentioned prominent people that were there. I don't know if I should mention, but one of them is actually in jail in the UK.
I think you should mention. It's very important that we know people like that. I think you should mention them.
Yes, Senator Ike Ekweremadu was present at that meeting. Governor Obiano was present, and other prominent Nigerian politicians and rulers were present in that meeting. And what they wanted, what Bill Gates what they wanted was that we hands off all medical practices in Nigeria, both the nurses, both the lab technicians, every medical worker, and hand over our sovereignty literally to them. And what they wanted to use that for was to have access to our organs. But that's just one. Anyway, it was a list of things. They needed a vast amount of ovaries for their somatic cell transfer experiment. And when they thought of how or where could they get 100 million ovaries, their first, what came to their mind was Nigeria, Africa, then Nigeria, with our very large population. So by doing that, by being in control of all all our hospitals, they were able to enact a law, which was pushed during President Goodluck administration. I think it was passed. It wasn't just, it was passed at the National Assembly. The health bill the act, where it gave rights to hospitals to, they were able to remove a patient's organ without the consent of the patient in cases of emergency. So that was one way. That was one way they were, able to get access to our organs, our tissues, involuntarily, without even your consent, without your knowledge. So, these kind of people just opened my eyes to the damage, the danger that we face as a people. Like, I was struck. And the funniest thing is that that kind of conversation did not make it to the media outlets. I think it was just one online journalist or maybe a YouTube person that actually pushed it on his channel, and I got to see it. You didn't find it on any major media outlets. That's to show also how censored our media is. They only push out what they are told to push out, and that is the reason for their desperate need to control the narrative, to control your discussion, to control your knowledge. They feed how they are able to propagate most of these crimes against humanity, because literally that's what it is because majority of our enormous population are in the dark. When major outlets that are supposed to educate them, even in schools, our curriculum, there is no geopolitics, there is no history. We don't know anything about ourselves. So it's very easy to manipulate those kind of minds and just make them know what you want them to know. That's what happens when you are being taught by your enemies. You just know what the little things they want you to know. You don't really know what is going on. So all those things really spurred me on to do more research into other areas like Shell activities, not just Shell, Total, ExxonMobil, all the major foreign oil multinationals in Nigeria, and how over 70 years our government, since the oil boom actually in the 70s, our government has, they handed over our resources to these people, gave them access to it, not just gave them access, allowed for unregulated exploration and exploitation of our mineral resources. So when you go to some of these areas, because at my degree level, I did a bit of research on oil spillage and how we could use microorganisms to clean up the environment. So I traveled down to the one of those excavers in particular, and I was traumatized, really, surrounded by an area blessed with so much oil reserves, and to see the depth of poverty, the depth of environmental degradation, the depth of pollution in these areas, the depth of underdevelopment in these areas. It was traumatizing. Ever since, I'm trying to wrap my head around why this kind of communities that that contains the golden layer that is laying the golden egg, why they are suffering so much, and these multi-trillion-dollar organizations are there operating and destroying the environment, and our government doesn't lift a finger. So all these were things that I was determined I was going to expose, and behind everything is not far-fetched. What we are looking at is just a system whereby there are Western countries that, have literally, they've literally stranglehold our government. And when we say stranglehold, it's not by, some people think the likes of IMF, World Bank comes to give you advice. No, they're not giving you advice. It's economic hitman strategy. This is warfare. They are not coming to give it. They are mandating you to enact Western policies. And these Western policies are going to cause hunger. They are going to cause poverty. They are going to cause terrorism. They are going to cause pollution. They are going to cause death. They are going to cause genocide in your country. But they don't give you an option. The only thing they give to the leaders is their pay cuts, is the peanuts they throw at them, because literally that's what it is. If we do the right thing we are meant to do and have full sovereignty and control of our resources on our nation, what they are giving us will be an insult. But because they come as literally terrorists to mandate our leaders, you must increase taxes, make fuel, make electricity luxuries for your people. We want a system whereby there is no, the economy is not viable for any industrialization. So we have people that come here to make sure that Africa remains the way it is, so that they can, continue their exploitation. They are literally living off Africa, because without Africa, their economy will collapse, literally collapse. And at the same time, there are other agendas, the beast in them just keeps getting worse and worse, because they have other agendas now. They have other agenda aside that, the 2030 agenda, which is even more psychotic for me when you look at their plans to recolonize the whole world and, make natural resources under their control. I mean, when I say natural resources, even the sun, if it's possible, these people will have the air we breathe under their control. It's, in that kind of predatory capitalist way that we are seeing them do with GMOs and other, our health and other things. So that's the system we are in. So that's why.
Okay, thank you so much for.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the work you've done, and I have a question for you. If you can mute your mic real quick, please. There we go. Yeah, the feedback was disturbing. Yeah, a shameless plug here. Please follow the handle West Africa Week on X and other social media handles. We have a social media handle on TikTok, Instagram, and of course follow us on YouTube. This is being streamed live on YouTube right now, so you can always go back and listen to it there. But RK, real quick, with what you've been exposed, and you're talking specifically now here oil and gas, what has been NNPC's response in all of this, if any? I mean, they are our number one eyes, ears, and everything concerning the extraction processes for oil and gas in Nigeria, and they control this whole thing. But in what you've done so far and how you even got exposed in this document as a target, has NNPC been involved in any of this so far, or a lack of involvement as a matter of fact? You can speak to that also. Thank you.
Okay, so NNPC as the as the major player in our oil industry, has been complicit in, the whole, will I call it a charade? Because recently, after the inauguration of this present administration, one of the first things the president did was to hand over one of our largest crude oil fields. That's the OPL 24. I can't remember. It has this code. So they handed it over to Shell.
Is it OPL
OPL
245? The one up,
245. Yeah,
right.
OPL 245. Yes. What, that was one of the first things this administration did, and that field is the largest, crude oil reserve in the Niger Delta, and that particular field was under um, litigation. There was this court, they had some court issues in the UK. People sued Shell, for its activities in the Niger Delta, for the pollution there, the unlimited access to the crude oil facilities, for um, what they call it now, unpaid damages done to the environment, for compensation. All those legal issues was on ground then. So, in handing over the field to Shell, I think one of the agreements was, to give Owando, which we know who is behind Owando. Owando is owned by the president's cousin, Wale Tinubu. So Owando got a percentage of Shell's assets. So we are seeing a very well coordinated attempt at sabotage, literally. That's what's going on. Because why would a sovereign nation, in the first instance, hand over her largest oil field to a foreign entity? That in itself is sabotage. And these foreign multinationals are not investing in any value chain. That's another thing that drew my concern. With their decades of operations in Nigeria, they are not really investing in value chain. What they are investing on is exploration and exploitation of our mineral resources. There is no investment in refining. Instead, we've seen over the years all our government-owned refineries being shut down, and even the recent attempt by Dangote to establish a private-owned refinery, which had funding from the federal government also. So it was like a collaborated effort, about 2 trillion naira support from the federal government in establishing that 650,000 barrels a day facility, which is the largest in Africa, and one of the largest in the world. Is a single phase refinery. So what we are looking at is like a major sabotage on our resources, on our crude oil, and it's part of the reason why Nigeria has been unable to fulfill, meet its demand, meet our demand, and even have enough to export. Crude oil is something that if we are doing what we are meant to do, we should be able to cater for ourselves and have enough revenue from crude oil. But we are faced with a situation whereby most of our crude oil is being exported by these multinationals, and then we we import them back into the country and buy them at a higher price.
Okay, real quick, you just spoke about the current government refineries. Do you have any insights to NNPC's reopening of the Port Harcourt refinery?
No, I didn't really focus much on those refineries because from what I heard, it was just like, when they said the refinery is fully up and it's operational, and at the end of the day, you find out that it's just, it's not the real thing that they are refining there. From the reports we had. So it's just skeletal operations and a lot of things that are going on that they are not willing to come out to tell us what is really, because we know a lot of money is being pumped into those refineries in the name of maintenance or trying to get them functional. So I'm not really focused on it. My focus was on how was on the challenges what's his name Dangote was facing, because he came out to cry about people wanting his refinery to shut down because they were saying his involvement in refining has affected Europe's market trade, and so those were the areas that, like, we cannot afford to have Dangote refinery, because ever since Dangote started operations, I think we've relatively, although the prices are still high, but the issue of queuing for hours and at the filling station, those kind of issues, and then the what they call it, the contamination of fuel too. You buy fuel and it kind of spoils your engine or something like, those kind of things has been, yeah, we've not really had, those kind of things popping up. So those are my areas of focus for now.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Quickly, I wanted to ask.
Sorry. Okay, can you please mute your mic? There we go.
Okay. I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask if you've done any research in regards to the safety of food products in that region, because I am sure that these oil exploration activities would definitely have some impact on food crops in that region. Have you done any research in that regard to know how far reaching the impact of these activities are on food crops and how they affect the health of people in that area?
Okay, should I go ahead now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so as for the pollution, the gas flaring, the oil spillage going on in the Niger Delta, even looking at the statistics, the life expectancy in that area, you find the last report I read about was that the life expectancy has really dropped to as low as 50 years or below because of the damage. There are some areas in Niger Delta. You go there, you can literally, like, you can literally see the soot, the hydrocarbon soot. It just is in the air. It's that dense. So it's all over your building. I mean, like, if you just go out, you can see the black soot all over, and inhaling this hydrocarbon is very, like, it's something that will damage your organs. It's something that has adverse effect on your health. It's cancerous. It has negative. I'm not like a medical this thing, but I know it has a lot of negative effect on. It could cause asthma. For example, it could cause things like sinuses. There was someone I knew that relocated down to one of the states there and developed, all of a sudden developed sinuses, and everybody was wondering, like, you weren't having this when you were, before you relocated. So hydrocarbon in your water, in your food, in the soil. I mean, these are dangerous, harmful chemicals that should not be ingested. So the effect on the body itself is it's totally devastating.
Right.
So,
Okay, thank you very much.
you're
Again,
welcome.
please mute the mic. Right.
Okay, I wanted to, before David goes, I wanted to circle back to you, David. Um, this the Western world generally are so much against the development of Africa in general. Like they hate to see that we have rails, I mean, practical example is how the BRI project is suddenly having KLET everywhere and all of that. So why do you think why are they so interested and invested in keeping Africa underdeveloped? Why exactly? What's the interest in itself that they do not want Africa to be developed?
And so I think to answer that question, you have to answer the question of how is the global economy currently structured? So roughly speaking, the global economy is divided into three places, roughly speaking. Right. These are not exact geographical locations. This is just a very sort of approximate way of judging how the global economy works. So you can roughly group the global economy into the Western Bloc, the Eastern Bloc, and then the Global South. Now, I know there's a lot of overlap between Eastern Bloc and Global South, and being in the Western Hemisphere, like the Caribbean, doesn't necessarily make you part of the West. I understand that, but for the purposes of this economic conversation, let's group the world into three. So West, East, and South. So the West, those are the consumers. Those are the people who, like the EU commissioner recently came out and said Europe is a garden and needs to construct a fence around the garden to keep the invaders out. So that's how they see themselves. They are the consumers. Their job is to consume the richness of the world, right? The East is the factory. They are the workers. That's the place where everything is made. That's where all the manufacturing takes place. And then the South, generally speaking, let's reduce that to Africa. You can include parts of Latin America and even some parts of Asia, but generally speaking, that's Africa. The economic role that has been set for Africa in that economic system is to be the place where the inputs for the industrial processes are sourced from, right? So the actual industrial processes are not meant to take place in Africa. Africa is meant to supply the inputs, which is why, for example, if you look at any example you can think of colonial transport infrastructure, be it roads, be it rails, look at where that infrastructure is located.
All right. I think we lost David for a second. Can anybody hear
Sorry,
him?
can you hear me? Hello?
Okay, now we can hear you. Go ahead,
Oh,
continue. We lost you there
We
for a
can hear you
second.
now.
sorry, my phone does this thing where when the screen goes off, it cuts off everything. I think it's called lockdown mode or something. So where did you lose me? Sorry.
Where the infrastructure has been built in Africa.
Right. So if you plot the location of that infrastructure on the map, you cannot fail to notice that 100% of the time, that infrastructure never connects one African population center to another. Now, if you understand how economics works, how you build friction in an economy, how you build growth in an economy, is that you link one group of people to another so that they can trade, right? Colonial infrastructure or Western infrastructure in Africa is always built to link a place where a certain extraction process is taking place and link it to the port. That is the entire. So whether it's the old Lagos Kano Railway in Nigeria, whether it's the old Lobito Corridor Railway that goes from DRC cuts through Angola, which the US government is spending $10.8 billion to refurbish now, it's the same principle. The principle is that the only purpose of Africa is for you to go there, extract raw materials, to remove them from the ground as quickly and as cheaply as possible, to ensure that there is no beneficiation that takes place locally. This is not by accident. This is very deliberate. And the reason for this is not wickedness. It's not because they hate you. The reason for this is that their economic system requires those inputs to be cheap. That's the reason. So, I mean, so this is not just me saying this. There's a video which I'm actually going to link on the Jumbotron. It's a guy, he's a friend of mine. His name is Alex Gladstein. Now, he used to be a consultant working for the IMF. He now works with the Human Rights Foundation, right? And he said this in a podcast last year because he was an IMF consultant, and he said this is IMF policy when they go into countries in Africa to offer their loans that eventually result in structural adjustments and whatnot. And what the IMF wants, and I'm using the IMF as a proxy for the Western financial establishment or the Western economic establishment. What they want is that you should be a place that they can extract raw materials, and those raw materials are basically solid minerals, energy reserves like crude oil and uranium and whatnot, and cash crops like rubber, cashew, whatever. So the point is extract those things as quickly and as cheaply as possible, which is also why the mining processes you see in Africa are very different to the mining processes you see in like Australia. So in Australia and in China, you see all these like major equipment, earth moving equipment, like really, technically accomplished stuff. And then in Africa, it's just a bunch of people with shovels and headbands going back and forth all day. That's not by accident. That's deliberate too, because the technologically advanced mining processes are more expensive, right? But the ones in Africa are meant to be as cheap as possible, right? And the cheapest way to extract it is to use the cheapest form of labor that exists, which is unskilled human labor. The same type of labor that built the Western economic system going back to the 1600s, if you know the history of the world. So the point is, Africa must not be allowed, according to this economic doctrine, Africa must not be allowed to start to beneficiate its own resources. Africa must not be allowed to start to consume its own energy reserves. Africa must not be allowed to start to play a bigger role in the global economy, must not be allowed to start having its own manufacturing. It is deliberate, right? And again, I have to stress, it's not necessarily because they hate you or they don't hate you. The reason is because it is central to the running of the economic system. It's about money, right? Money is the religion that the world runs on. So the idea is, once those things are extracted very, very quickly from the ground, the local population must receive as little economic benefit from it as possible. So, for example, the Lobito Railway Corridor, which takes minerals mined in the Kolwezi area of the DRC, a very resource-rich area, which has the resources for the so-called Green Revolution. So all your rare earth minerals, coltan, tantalite, copper, lithium, all these things, right? That stuff is loaded onto a train. That train goes 3,000 kilometers through dense southwestern African rainforest in Angola to the port of Lobito. If you check the route of that train, that route carefully avoids any population center. By the way, Angola's capital is Luanda. It has 9 million people living there, and it has a very, very well-developed port. They instead chose to route it to the port of Lobito, which is a tiny city of 300,000 people, to avoid going to the population center. Because if you are passing the rail line with those resources through the population centers, somehow or the other, people are going to have to interact with that thing and derive some sort of economic benefit from it. Maybe there will be some primary beneficiation going on, and basically that makes what comes out of Africa more expensive, which makes the manufacturing process more expensive, which makes the end user pay more for those things. So to cut a long story short, if you don't want your iPhone to cost $5,000, then those children who are in the mines in Eastern DRC have to remain there. That has to be their life. They have to go into those mines with headbands today, tomorrow, and forever, so that the American consumer can buy his iPhone for $1,200. Because if Africa is allowed to start its own manufacturing and start using its own resources, then it makes those industrial inputs significantly more expensive for the rest of the world. And that upsets the entire global economy. It's as simple as that. That's the reason. So that is why, for example, when the NATO mission to destroy Libya under the guise of, protecting protesters from Gaddafi and whatnot, have you ever wondered why was it that after Gaddafi was taken out, these guys continued bombing Libya for several more months. Does anybody on this space can anybody on this space guess how many bombing operations, like aerial bombing operations, took place in Libya in 2011? Well, I'll answer the question. Let me know which people's type. 7,000 bombing sorties were carried out on Libya in 2011. Now, does it take 7,000 airstrikes to take out a dictator? No, it really doesn't. But the purpose of 7,000
They were
airstrikes,
they,
the purpose of 7,000
they were
airstrikes,
looking for Shekau. That's why.
the purpose of 7,000 airstrikes across 8 months was basically to send the country back to the Stone Age. Because as I'm sure you know, Libya was Africa's most infrastructurally developed country. And in addition to being infrastructurally developed, there was also constructing something called the Great Man-Made River. If you don't know what that is, they're basically these huge prehistoric aquifers of fresh water under the Sahara Desert with the potential to potentially green parts of the Sahara, which would have basically changed the entire economic outlook of the Sahara and the Sahel, right? And that's what the, quote unquote dictatorship of Muammar Gaddafi was doing. And these guys went and bombed everything, all the infrastructure, the pipes, the roads, the rails, the factories, especially all the factories, including factories manufacturing medicine and soap. Everything was targeted. And that's the reason, because if Africa is allowed to start climbing up that value chain, it becomes infrastructurally developed, a sort of wide middle class starts to develop. The education system functions in a way that it trains a new class of Africans who are sort of looking for jobs in industrial processes that currently don't exist. What's going to happen is that what you have there is the sort of building blocks of an industrial revolution. And once that happens, those resources, the powers that be have decreed are the existential purpose for Africa's existence, those resources become more expensive for everybody else. Have you wondered, for example, why is it that Nigeria, which has, as I'm sure you know, has the world's second largest natural gas reserves after Russia, and those are the known reserves, there are probably more that we don't know of. Why is it that instead of the conversation being about how Nigeria can harness its gas reserves and basically generate some of the cheapest electricity in the whole of Africa, why is it that there's a conversation instead about building a gas pipeline from Nigeria to Morocco so that we can sell Nigerian gas to Europe? Have you ever wondered about that? Why is that? Why is it so important for Africa not to consume its own resources? Why is it so important for Africa not to use its own energy reserves? Why is Germany paying South Africa to not use coal while Germany is importing coal from South Africa? Does that make any sense? Well, it makes perfect sense if you look at it from the perspective that it is in certain people's interest to ensure that Africa remains deliberately deindustrialized, right? So Africa's lack of industrialization, you have to understand this, is not something that is down to some moral failure on the part of Africa and its leadership. Not really. It's a deliberate geopolitical and economic decision that has been made, by some very rich and powerful white men in rooms that you and I don't have access to. That's how the world actually works.
All right. So David, thank you for that. We'll be opening up the space and bringing up speakers to kind of ask you, RK and Pastor Shagu or Shege or Shags questions um, in a minute. But while I do that, while we open up the space to bring people up to kind of give you guys questions, uh, I'll start by asking you a question. Is it really the white man somewhere with so much money who's making Africans to do this to themselves? Because you have to get the African leaders to agree to some of these things. I mean, at the end of the day, it's capital economy. Capitalism is going to rule. But at the same time, I kind of have an idea of the answer. But for everybody hearing this, at what point do we start pointing the finger to ourselves? And can we really point the finger to ourselves? That's another way to ask the question. Can we really point the finger to ourselves? And I'll let you respond to that while we'll bring people up.
Okay, so first of all, I think it's a false choice, because again, this is a conversation people have all the time, that, oh, is it foreign interference that is causing Africa's problems, or do we have to take responsibility for it? It can be both. This idea that it has to be one or the other is a false idea. I think that idea is actually disinformation pushed by somebody, that it's one or the other. It's not true. It's entirely possible that while we certainly have some really severe deficiencies that everybody knows what they are, it's not a secret. At the same time, there are also people, as we are, I mean, what is the reason we're having this space now? Some people sat down in a room that you and I didn't have access to and wrote a 41-page document that was basically a very detailed plan for how to execute a hostile takeover of the information space of a sovereign country somewhere across on the other side of the world. Right? We would never do that. We don't think like that. There's nobody in Africa who wakes up in the morning and thinks, right, how do I go and conquer the political economy of Argentina? How do I stage a color revolution against the president in Bolivia? How do I destroy the economy of Chile so that I can benefit some corporate interests of my? Nobody in Africa thinks that way. But there is a group of people on this planet who definitely do think that way, and we know who they are. And these are the same group of people who sit down and fund the creation of documents like this. And then not just funding documents like this, we'll go to the extent of, I mean, think about the amount of effort that went into this. You identified a group of people that you thought to be pliable journalists in Nigeria. So there's a bit of research that went into that. You reached out to them. You went back and forth with them. You sorted out their flights and other travel arrangements. You flew them into another country. You put them up in a 5-star hotel. Each of them has their own room. The room starts from $500 a night. You put them up there for a week. Eat all you can, wine and dine them. You send them back. You offer them money, right? And all of this was for the strategic purpose of pushing out smears against a specific group of people and a specific group of topics that you feel somehow affect your interests. And what are these interests? You want to sell GMO crops in Nigeria, right? You want to execute a hostile takeover of Nigeria's food space, right? You want to destroy Africa's food sovereignty. You want to turn some people's food into Netflix subscription. That if they don't subscribe this year, they can't get food, because that's the implication of what Dr. Segun referred to as the F2 technology. If the farmer does not buy seeds every year, cannot plant. And you can only buy the seeds from this, Bayer / Monsanto / Syngenta entity, which is basically German American. So if for whatever reason your government is not on the same page with this, NATO entity, this German American entity, then they can simply deny you food that year. Or if, for example, those of us who have been named pro-Kremlin or whatever, so, we have been smeared with this idea that we are somehow on the side of the Russians, and these people are obviously on the side of NATO, and they are controlling our food. They can simply say that, well, because you are pro-Kremlin, you don't get to eat. So you get to die because we don't like what we said is your political affiliation. That's how some people see the world. Some people see the world in terms of, seeking to conquer and destroy other people. That is real. There's no running away from it. There's no hiding from it. So yes, obviously we do have our own issues with corruption and being very small-minded and never being able to see the bigger picture, and always being very short-sighted, always being obsessed with being better than our neighbor, and being distracted by shiny trinkets you put in front of our eyes. We have all those problems. Nobody can deny it. But just like it was during the slave trade, you can say, yes, our ancestors did some very stupid things, right? Taking part in the so-called slave trade was one of the dumbest moves in the history of humankind. However, you can also say that it wasn't really a trade, because if you say you are trading, there has to be an equivalent exchange of value. If someone is giving you the most important resource that exists on the planet, which is human ideas and human labor, humans. And what you are giving them in return is trinkets. You're giving them mirrors and gin and red cloth and corrugated roofing sheets, right? And you are using what they are giving you to build yourself into the world's most fearsome economy. And they, 200 years later, are still pretty much where they were when you met them, because really they were not receiving an equivalent exchange of value. Then can you then say that, well, it was two of us that took part in a consensual transaction, so I don't have any moral responsibility here? Like, you did what you did and I did what I did and it was consensual. No, you're a fraudster. Yes, the person you defrauded is an idiot, but that doesn't stop you from being a fraudster.
All right. A nice way to end it. I will, let's do a mic check real quick. Henry Intam, I think that's how you pronounce that. Do you have a question for David?
Yes. My question is, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. My question is this. Can we just, is there nothing we can do? Because I know we have the problems, we have seen the problems. Are there no solutions? What steps can we start to take from now in order to, because when we look at it, the future is bleak. The future is not looking good at all, because we have seen that a lot of our political leaders are compromised. For instance, the incident that that lady Gidado is a deputy director in a government parastatal and is working for an outside entity. That is a criminal offense. So is there nothing we can do in order to redeem the situation? That's my question.
Please mute your mic.
All right.
Please mute your mic. So I think Dr. Shegun will be in the best place to answer that question.
All right, we don't see he's not in the space right now. Once he's back, we'll see how he can give any insights to actions that can be taken, because I think that's the question. What action can we take at this time, at this juncture, concerning the telomeres conundrum we find ourselves? Because right now, I don't know anybody can come up, or any entity can come up, organization, and say that, oh, they've been monitoring our system to tell us that yes, all telomeres in the country is out of the country. Anybody who comes to say that right now, I mean, yeah, I don't know how how anybody can bring any kind of confidence with a confidence statement saying that telomeres is no longer in the country, because we remember when that report was made, that was a big deal, and some people were showing, I don't know if they were fake or not, telomeres where was being already shipped to farmers in the north. So maybe I can see Pastor Sheko is here requesting the mic. Let's give him a quick shout to see if he can. He's connecting right now, so let's give it a minute. While he's getting on the space, Tony, I will ask you to present your question to either David or Pastor Shegs, and they can take the questions together.
Thank you very much, West Africa Weekly. If you would permit me, I would like to take a moment to thank the panelists for such a beautiful session. And actually, the last speaker actually addressed a part of my question, but I want to go a bit deeper based on the picture that David painted about the global structure as it is right now. the West, the South, and the East, meaning the Southern Hemisphere encompassing Africa, and primarily Africa has been seen and by design as a source of raw material, right, to feed the global West. Now, my question is this, David. Knowing fully well that geopolitics plays a major role in all of this, and knowing the situation in Africa, fundamentally, the inability of Africans to travel, exchange ideas, and trade freely. How, in your opinion, or any of the panelists, I would appreciate if anyone can address this question. How can we, as Africans, find a way, a middle ground, a way to enlighten and educate our people? And I don't mean particularly Nigeria itself, because the price of Gary in Nigeria is pretty much defined by geopolitics, but it affects every other African country. How can we start breaking these barriers in order to bring Africa forward? That would be my question. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So I think I'm going to push this question to Maiwa, and then I'm going to add my 2 cents afterward. Maiwa, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Basically, I will refer to cases like this where British NGOs linked to British government, foreign governments, monitoring the flow of information in a country that is not with sovereignty. It sort of indicate that the world is watching us, and then we are being watched, we are not much in the know of what is going on in global affairs that actually have a level of dependence on our country in terms of mineral resources that benefit the country. So, to answer the question of how we can approach or move forward as a country, not just a country, but a continent that the world depends on, I think we the idea of informing the people around us actually plays a role to first understand what we are in. Because if the first step in solving a problem is realizing you have one, which is the level of global interference in our local politics. So we have to identify that we have a problem, which is global interference, and then how do we deal with it? It is by situations like this where exposed documents are being exposed for the to know the enemy that we have at hand, and knowing the enemy we have at hand sort of creates some sort of leverage to tackle the situation. So these sort of documents have come, and then we realize, okay, these people have interest in more controlling the flow of information in our country, and then how do we fight back if they go covertly to monitor and with our flow of information, all in the aim of controlling narratives in our country, which violates every fiber of sovereignty that Nigeria owes there. And then we need to um, inform our people of the danger this kind of interference poses to our community in terms of economic and which things down to the level of market value and prices of things we consume in the country. So media literacy is actually one of the solutions that comes to mind. People doesn't really consume information as much as we should, because if you are exposed to a lot of informations, then you know how to address the situation of international meddling into our local affairs in the country. And then from media literacy, if our people have the level of media literacy, they have access to information, and they understand how flow of information actually works, and then they'll be able to inform their mind, because an uninformed mind cannot really fight an or unforeseen enemy that operates under the shadow, which in rare cases like this, leaked documents actually bring them to us, which to our benefit is sort of an advantage, because leaked documents actually expose us to, okay, this is what is actually going on, and it's brought us back to fighting back. And how do we fight back? Is by resisting and then standing on our ground on what these people have sort of address or label us as pro-Kremlin, when in fact what we are actually doing is speaking and sharing independent opinions, either critical or of opinion that stand to be true, which in these cases that's the case. So it's all about using situations like this where leaked documents are provided, and then to to resist and stand on what you are fighting for, which is no foreign influence should interfere in our local politics, as long as Nigeria has its sovereignty, regardless of the, and even regardless of the fact that we have a political system that are highly corrupt as it is. Even at that, we still need to stand on the ground of maintaining that resistance of no issue of political interference outside, be it possible from secret intelligence agencies that have interests or what so-called foreign policy in our country. So it's about resisting and maintaining that, okay, this is what we don't want in our country, and then you don't get to tell us how the flow of information operates or flow in the country. I think with that going forward, we're able to, maintain the idea of sovereignty in itself, because without the people knowing what is going on, they can't actually defend their sovereignty. So that's my submission of that.
Thanks. And I think what I will add on to that is that in addition to merely just informing people, which is what I guess we try to do at West Africa Weekly. For those who don't know, West Africa Weekly is not a typical Nigerian news platform that is just reporting breaking news. Oh, minister said this, Tinubu scratched his nyash. That's not what we're here for, right? We're looking for a specific type of story, a story that has value to the audience. We have a very key focus in geopolitics, because we had a conversation last year as a newsroom, and we came to understand that a lot of the Nigerian or the West African audience is very, very politically illiterate when it comes to, global geopolitics. A lot of the West African audience doesn't really understand where its interests even lie. So we took it upon ourselves that our strategic interest as a newsroom will be to focus on stories that advance our audience's understanding of geopolitics, which raises the level of consciousness in our audience. But in addition to doing that, I think it's also important that what people like us, people in this position also do, is that when we get this rare opportunity, like an opportunity like this, where the external hand that has always been involved, like quietly but very effectively pushing events in a certain direction and ensuring that things never improve. When the rare occasion like this happens, where it overextends itself and then it exposes itself, and we get to see how the sausage is actually made. I mean, there's a tweet on the Jumbotron now. If you scroll through, the whole 41-page document is on that tweet in pictures. You can see the inner workings of what neocolonialism actually looks like. This is how they maintain control of a country. This is the thing they call hybrid warfare or soft power. All these terms they use to couch, propaganda warfare in high-sounding language. You can actually see what it looks like in practice. This is how they monitor. This is how they track and trace. This is how they strategize for dealing with threats. And then this is their action strategy for if you like eliminating threats. This is how so and so happens. You can see it in detail. So when the opportunities like this present themselves, it's very important that we use platforms like this to scream it from the rooftops and then to break it down in very, very granular detail, which is why I've personally carried this story on my head. I've made it almost impossible for anybody who is active in the Nigerian political, online space to not have seen this document, right? It's everywhere. I've made it freely available for download on my Google Drive and on my Scribd account. I've put it on Twitter, I've put it on LinkedIn, I've put it on Instagram. It's everywhere, right? This thing will be plastered in front of your face. That the next time someone tells you that there is high-level foreign interference in Nigeria and in West Africa and in Africa, and it's malign interference for purposes that do not align with your interest, you can actually have something to refer to, that this is not a conspiracy theory. This is not just something that some guy said on a podcast one day. This is the material evidence that this stuff is real, right? This is not some speech from Kwame Nkrumah in 1966. This is a real ongoing reality. This is the evidence. These are the nuts and bolts of how certain people from certain countries maintain control of your country without your consent. This is how they ensure that your country is permanently kept in a certain type of poverty. This is how they ensure that since most of us were born, we have never seen our currency appreciate before. Our currency has depreciated. I mean, I was born in 1990. I'm 35 this year. For 35 straight years, I have never seen the Naira appreciate before. For all my 35 years on earth, when I was born, the Naira was maybe 20 Naira to $1, 15 Naira to $1. It's close to 1,500 now. From year to year, it has never happened in my entire lifetime that I have seen a Naira appreciate or even remain stable. These things are by design, right? And you can see how now, for the first time, that certain people do have an interest in Nigeria and in Africa, because that's another narrative. That's another disinformation narrative that these people have very cleverly inserted as a meme into Nigerian public discourse. That, you people are not important. You are not important enough for us to even care about. You don't register on the scale. You don't matter. We're more concerned with countries like Iran and, North Korea, countries that have nuclear weapons. They actually matter. Who gives a hell? Who gives a crap about you? Bloody idiots in Africa. You're too poor, whatever. We even give you aid. That's a meme that they inserted into public discourse very successfully in Africa, so that Africans don't realize that not only do they have interest in Africa, but they are very, very actively pursuing that interest and have been doing so all our lives. It's just that they do so behind these multiple layers of plausible deniability and secrecy. So now that an opportunity like this has presented itself, it's very important that we make this education very widespread to people. That this is what that foreign interference looks like. It's not as if there's one James Bond somewhere who flies in and and is doing some kind of crazy stunts underground, assassinating presidents. That's not how it works. Instead, there's one NGO whose funding arrangement is very, very murky, and they will never answer the question about where exactly the money comes from, and it's very difficult to trace. And this NGO will give itself some very Orwellian sounding name, Center for Information Resilience. And then the people who staff this NGO, with all the people who work with some foreign office or one, with basically they're all spies, they're all intelligence agents, right? And then they start to hire useful idiots locally who think that they are part of the power structure, even though they are really not. So, for example, at this Center for Information Resilience, the Nigerian point man there, a guy called Samuel Olaniran, who is apparently the one running this smear campaign project, he probably thinks that he's a big fish there. Meanwhile, he's actually just Oimbo people's useful idiot, right? He's a puppet. And that's how this neocolonialism actually works. And you can see it in very, very granular detail now, which is why I made sure that all the material that I had access to, I put pretty much everything out there. So you can see The emails, this is how it's structured. They will send the Nigerians, or they will send the Black people to do it. You will never see the Oyinbo person send you that email, so that the Oyinbo person doesn't get caught lacking. If that email leaks, it's the Nigerian who gets his ass burnt, right? The Oyinbo person's name doesn't appear in the email. The Oyinbo person never exposes themselves in any way. It's only the Nigerians who are, or the Black people, the Africans, the natives, whose feet are held to the fire, right? You've seen the screenshot, for example, from the Slack channel, where you can see how the Oyinbo spy there is telling the journalists who are concerned, now that the thing has blown up in their faces, and it's telling them, oh, we recommend that you don't engage. You know, why wouldn't you engage if you're trying to defend your honor as a journalist? Well, it's because the Oyinbo person wants this whole thing to die down. They're trying to cover the agency's ass. So whatever happens to you is completely by the way and unimportant. You are expendable. So it's also important that even the journalists or the local tools who are often just so excited to be part of an Oyinbo project because there's dollars involved, and they'll fly you out to Nairobi and Cape Town and wine and dine you, and you get to fuck South African women and you feel happy with yourself. It's very important that these people see that behind that veneer of good life that you think you have, this is what's actually happening. You are taking part in a foreign intelligence operation. You are playing with forces that are way more powerful than you understand. You are working against your own interest, and this thing is not going to end well for you. I think for the first time now, journalists, certainly of my generation, are starting to understand that in Nigeria, that all these grants they're always giving you, all those places they're always flying you to, all those gifts they always collect, all these trinkets that they're always bringing, is this just a redux of the same thing Oyinbo people have been doing in Africa for the past 500 years? That every time a white man comes to Africa with gifts, you should be worried. So I think now that there's this public education campaign going on, which West Africa Weekly is leading, I think this is a very good teachable moment, and I think we're doing exactly the right thing. And I hope there are many more moments like this, so that level of political consciousness, which ultimately is what is needed to move the conversation forward, we can achieve that critical mass. We're not there yet, but it's only a matter of time.
All right, thank you, David.
So,
Pastor Shags,
yeah,
go ahead and go ahead, please.
yeah, thank you. I
Okay,
I wanted to add to some of the thoughts that David just shared, and it's
Pastor
very
Sheg,
important. Yeah.
I would like to ask a question. So would you probably you just ask what David wants to say? Okay, yeah. So before now, I somewhere in my head I have some answers to this question, and it kind of feels like a stupid question. But how then do you know it's a stupid question? So before now, they were both are just so invested in keeping Africa underdeveloped infrastructurally, and they just pretty much have your food costs, because if we do not have money to keep going back to subscribe, just like David described it, that it's a more like a Netflix subscription, and if we are not able to do the subscription, it's basically we are going to die. So now that they are aggressively turning to food, the one of the basic things of life, why are they turning there now? What changed all of a sudden? Are they tired? What changed basically that they are now turning to food to take that away from Africa?
Yeah, thanks. Okay, I would answer that question with an analogy. So imagine you received a visitor into your house. You know, the visitor came in. Okay, so the visitor sits in the parlor. You know, you smile. The visitor says, "Ah, why are you watching a 32-inch television. Then the visitor says, "Come, this chair isn't so comfortable. Can I change the chair?" And then the visitor, "Go ahead." Then the visitor changes the chair. Then the visitor says, "Let me push my lock." The visitor says, can I look at your bedroom?" Then he goes to your bedroom and then he says, "Your bed is not the very comfortable one. Let me change the bed." Then you, stupid you, then says again, "Go ahead." And the visitor is like, "This is unbelievable." Then the visitor eventually says, "You know what? So you now have to move to the visitor's room, and I'm taking over your bedroom." And so that's actually where we are right now. It's, they started gradually, and then it's almost looking like, are these people really that daft? We've taken over their petroleum, we've taken over their economy, we're giving them the little crumbs from our table, and they're rejoicing, they're happy. They literally fund our education, they literally fund us in the UK. I mean, so how much more can actually what's going on? It's almost unbelievable to think that they were going to get to this point in neocolonialism, but actually we're here. And that's why, so to answer your question, they rode on our backs so much that they found out that, man, these guys are so daft. Let's just keep them in a limbo while we take over absolutely everything. So then to the topic on how did we get here as Africa? A lot of times a lot of people are like, yes, the global village. But what we don't realize is that in a village, there are the human beings and there are the animals. So we haven't really taken our time to find out who are we in this village, in this quote unquote global village. Because if at every point in time they have a humanitarian aid for you at every point in time, don't you think that they see us as the dogs, that they throw the bone, they are done eating, they throw the bone at us? Don't you think that is how about at the National Assembly, the Committee on Constitution Review was having a meeting. Now, that committee is always under the purview of institutions at that meeting. Now, every house committee, every committee they will always have a consultant, and they would always have other organizations that they draw resources from. So this Committee on Agricultural Research was having a meeting, and guess the four organizations that were sitting down there with them at Nigeria's Constitution Review. The first was MacArthur Foundation. The second, Rockefeller Foundation. The third, Bill and Melinda Gates be sitting at Nigeria's Constitution Review meeting. Now you think,
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on one sec. We will need you to repeat that again. In the meantime, Deji and King Zaga, Deji first, please get ready to ask.
all right, so I said that, every committee in the House of Assembly always have They always have so because I mean, do you really expect our Babaringa wearing lawmakers to really sit down behind computers, doing all the research, doing all the study, and all that? So they have their aides and all, but then they also have research organizations was having a meeting, and there were 4 organizations. So these 4 organizations were at that meeting. Nigeria's Constitution Review, and first of all, there's another organization called the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, PLAC. Now, PLAC is the official, like they are the consultants to this committee. And then PLAC brings her friends. And these 4 friends that PLAC brings to this Constitution Review is 1, MacArthur Foundation, 2, Rockefeller Foundation, 3, European Union Commission, and 4, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Sitting down at, when you say our DNA, the Constitution, the very essence, something that guides our people, they are sitting down there. Then you're wondering how suddenly the government is trying to take certain steps, and you're wondering, where is this thing coming from? Where is that thing coming from? Of course, policy basically. If they can influence our policy making, then they can influence and direct all of us. So we can sit and keep talking, saying everything we want to say. Then at the end of the day, some people are somewhere influencing policy. And then at the end of the day, we are forced to move in a certain direction because of the policy. And you see, this is one reason why I personally advocate for a lot of our involvement in non-partisan politics. Let us get in. See, there are many. Governance is a combination of many moving parts. There are many people in this, even this very current administration, that, I mean, when you hear them speak, they will sound like you and I. But because we are far away from them and they are far away from us, that linkage with them is not yet giving them the confidence and the strength to do what is needful, even from within. So I'm looking at, yes, we know these things. We need to start finding ways to become these consultants. We need to start finding ways, and we have to find a way. We cannot wait for a circle of government to come and go before we say, okay, it's going to be our turn the next time. I mean, you don't know how much damage would have been done before that next turn. So whatever, it starts from associations. Start from, okay, you're a lawyer, you're in the NBA, you're in the association of whatever profession you are in. What are you doing there? What policies are you driving? Or are you one of those who will be expecting a prayer in your email after every time money is shared? I can tell you a story about how they almost brought and executed. How they brought Abacha's loot one time, and the way they will say that, okay, Abacha's loot has come, blah 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 blah. We're going to use the loot to develop our educational system, blah 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 blah. And that's how it came one of those times. And they said, this is true story again. Said the loot is here, and so we're going to use it to develop our educational system. So stakeholders in the educational boards and all that. So they gathered everybody together. So let's review the new curriculum that we're going to use to develop our educational board. But we want to appreciate these guys who have once again repatriated our funds home for development. Everybody put your hands together for so and so. And they were applauding these guys for repatriating funds from Abacha's loot home to develop our curriculum and all that. And then they said, okay, so everyone will send prayers to you yada yada yada. So tomorrow will be the official signing meeting, and then the minister will sign it off, and then we would have our new curriculum based off the Abacha loot. Question: what was actually that new curriculum? That primary one students should know how to use condom. I'm telling you, real true story in Nigeria. And it took
What?
one, yeah. And you've not even heard the half of it. How to have sex without getting pregnant from primary school. What are condoms and body parts for sex and all of that. So it took a brave woman who I met personally, was in the meeting, wasn't invited, and then she raised her hand and said, "Can we have a copy of this curriculum that you want to release?" And they were like, "No, madam, no, madam, no, 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 no." But she insisted. Finally got a copy. And the following day, when they were going to sign this particular document, the woman had made many copies of it. And she had written all her reservations with the new curriculum. Apparently, they didn't want the people, the stakeholders, to see it. And she had written it, got there very early. And as they were going in, she hands everybody a copy of her review. And everyone saw it. And of course, that's how that plan was shelved, because there was an outcry. And if you check the newspapers, I think 2 years ago, March, you will see when the Muslim society stood up against LGBT curriculum. That was actually what led to that news. So when we wait for the news to happen, many times, we're actually too late. So we need to get somehow involved in what is going on. These foreigners are infiltrating at every point and at every turn. And the worst thing that could ever happen to their agenda is the eyes of the young people, the young population, to take their eyes away from sports betting, from Big Brother Ninja, from Yahoo and the rest of it, and to start looking at them. They get very uncomfortable with it. I remember once BBC's fact checker, Jack Godman, in 2020, I was putting out a lot of posts about the COVID vaccines and all, and then one day the guy reaches out to me and asks me, "So where are you getting all this information from? How come you know these things?" And then I said, "Is it that we're not supposed to know in Africa?" He said, "Yes. That this information is not supposed to, because something just happened in the UK about a funeral director who found out that the COVID shots was causing a unique kind of blood clotting and all. And the news was still very fresh in the UK. And I was pointing it out to him that, okay, fact check this one, And then the guy asks me, "How come you know this? This thing just happened." And I asked him, I said, "Do you think we're living under the rock in Nigeria? You think we don't read?" And he kept quiet from there. So that's how they see us, really. They really don't want us to open our eyes and stare at them, because they'll feel very uncomfortable, especially Nigerian eyes. Look at the European Union, look at the African Union. For instance, in the next 2-3 days, African Union is going to get a new leadership. The three of them. Are we really looking at it? Are we looking at the African Union Agenda 63 to look at how stupid that document is? And that is what, with all the things happening across Africa, all the candidates are talking about how they'll be loyal lapdogs to those who gave them the Agenda 63. So we really need to get involved in what is going on, in citizen participation in politics, so that we can really, put a stop to some of these things. And I really want to appreciate the West African Weekly for the amazing work you guys are doing. Big ups to you guys, your team, Maiwa. I always talk with Maiwa from time to time, and I see the intentionality in educating the African youth. And one day I think I made a tweet to David, and I said, you should really think about making a book out of your tweets. I don't know, because it's something that we should start putting together and spreading across Africa.
The Shags. Go ahead, Kama. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Pastor Shegs. Um, I have another question, but I'll let those who are up on the speaker section to ask their question before I'll circle back to ask other questions again. So I think Deji is going next, right? Deji, you go first, and then King Zhang, you would go after Deji. Please.
Thank you very much. Is how can we use our current resources to get where we need to get? If we take a look at using the recent American election as an example, right? We saw that President Donald Trump was banned from several social media platforms, and essentially the message that he was trying to get across was being filtered. And the tactical strategy now turned to, using whatever means that was available to them, either it be going out directly to people and getting people to pass the message from one place to another, to pass the message and communicate across what was happening. So I'm trying to say here that how can we use everything that's available to us, given, ideally we'd like to be able to change things from an institutional perspective, but knowing that that's not possible, how can we use every little resource available to us? I hope I made my point clear.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a great question. Let's have King Zanga ask a question so you can take the 12 minutes in time, David. So King Zanga, go ahead.
Hi, Dave and PSX. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. I can
Yeah, I
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Good. I thank you, Dave, for capturing this so well at the very, strategic level. About operators in Nigeria. I mean, a classic case that I was personally involved in was the activity of the PAG guys and the SOG guys of the trying to automate all the tools at their arsenal. Obviously, with deep fakes, artificial intelligence, they're trying to do that. And also, I know you don't want me to speak publicly on this or the other side, so I will appreciate PSX if you will respond to Dave with the list, and we will take action on the location of those GMO farms in Nigeria for their destructions. All right, thank you.
Yeah, real quick, we are not promoting destruction or private property. But PSX, please go ahead and share the information that's available to him for information basis and not for have limited resources. What can we do with those limited resources? No.
Okay, so I was just gonna say, if you look through these documents, which I think holds the strategy is, and you realize that they are not actually, I mean, they are sophisticated in the sense that they have all these monitoring tools and they have all this tracking and tracing and sophisticated. The basic unit of propaganda hasn't really changed since the early 1930s. It's still the same basic thing that repeat a message in multiple different ways. Believe it. That's simply what they do. There's no magic involved in what they do, and you will even see in their own documents they concede. That's honest as they claim they are then claiming that the only reason that people are not paying attention to our BBC and whatnot anymore is because of Russian foreign interference, yada yada yada. They're trying to pin it on Russia, that somehow Russia is the because I guess it's also a post-empire sort of coping mechanism, right? Because you were never supposed to be free from their point of view as an African. So they can't really psychologically accept the reality that, and many Africans are looking at them at eye level and can see them for what they are. Yeah. You need to tag and smear everybody as Russian backed or whatever. So, but from that, you can spell their weakness. Their weakness, which they've been hiding from you, is that they're actually not that good at seeding messages into African minds. And that to put messages into African minds, they always need Africans to do it. They themselves are actually terrible at it. Maybe it's because of that unquenchable sense of superiority, that disgusting superiority complex that they all walk around with. And you just sense it and it makes you very uncomfortable. Whatever it is, they are just very, very, very bad at directly putting messages into African heads. So what that tells me is that if you are someone who is trying to work on an opposing strategy because let's be very clear about this is an information war. Anyone who's listening to this is very clear about this white war, right? This is what they call hybrid warfare, right? Hybrid warfare basically means that in addition to World War III, right, which is being fought primarily through the means of hybrid warfare. So to fight this information war, to defend ourselves successfully in this information war, it's actually not as complicated as you think it is. We literally just need to continue doing exactly what we've been doing, which is that our narratives, we just need to keep on amplifying them and putting them out there. Simply put, a very large part of the African audience, the reason that critical mass hasn't yet been achieved within the African audience is not necessarily because there is a majority of
Yeah, hello, David. We've lost you if you
sorry,
check your connection.
Sorry,
okay, go ahead.
My phone. They believe. It's actually that there is not much going on upstairs at all. They are focused on inanities. They're focused on what a very dark man said about Mercy Chinwo. They are focused on sports betting and sex. Sex is a very big thing. They're focused on reality TV and football, especially distractions, basically. So what we need to do is basically accelerate what we've already been doing, which is basically that we keep on pushing out our message and then we keep. The reason why you cannot find a mini flat for 1 million naira in Lagos anymore even though salaries haven't increased in real terms since 2014. The reason why you can't buy a bag of rice with 60,000 naira, right? The reason why like the onions have become like gold in Nigeria, that all these things are connected. And the reasons connected to the same reason why basically your governance has been devalued so horribly, especially over the past 10 years. And that these are who critical mass hasn't been accomplished. But an increasing number of people are in fact making the link. What is also helping is that flexibly think of as perfect or good or whatever, that there's some really messed up thing going on with them, and you really think we're looking at a 5 to 10 year project, but it's happening. The fact is they are losing the information battle, not necessarily because we are so brilliant at what we are doing in this part of the world, but simply because the access to information don't have access to internet anymore. I think it's almost inevitable at this point that critical mass will be reached. So we literally just need to continue what we're doing. It's a slow burn. It's not fast. That's something I've had to accept since 2023. There is probably, Nigeria is probably not the kind of place where there's going to be a dramatic event like Niger or Burkina Faso. It's very unlikely. Nigeria is too big. So it's more
we're everywhere, our youthful population, and look at what the youths of Nigeria did during the NSAS, the movement. So our strength is in our numbers, and one of the reasons why I'm very particular about the GMO fight is because it touches everybody, really. It touches both the good, the bad, the ugly. It touches both the APCs, the PDPs, or even the Labour Party people. It touches everyone. And both the patriots and the betrayers, it touches them. You have to attain a certain level of evil for you to know the dangers with that thing, and you're still promoting it. You're Thanos level evil. So the GMO war is a very interesting one to me personally because it has the capabilities of waking everybody up. It's almost unbelievable because the next meal you want to eat, you don't know where it's from, you don't know what's in it. I have a friend in Southern Africa, Rutendo Matinyarare. He took food samples from their local fast foods and sent them for analysis, and they all came back with GMOs and glyphosate tests. They're all positive. So, and this was actually from Zimbabwe, a country where GMOs are banned actually. So so think about Nigeria. So think about the amount of GMOs we're consuming. Think about, I have a document here. I will share it on Twitter maybe later today or tomorrow, that they said that they can actually grow in the genome of the plant. They can grow a vaccine in it. And I had a chat with Rosdado once on WhatsApp, and she said to me, as in directly to me, that GMO bananas are coming and they will have vaccine in them. So you're looking at something that, they're not even concerned about vaccine overdose with these things. They are currently running those trials in Uganda at the moment. So if we don't wake up at the GMO war, I wonder what's going to wake us up. So our strength is in our numbers, and we are growing more and more. We are speaking, we're talking, and everyone is gradually waking up. The fact that at the time, many people had this blind trust for the West, and it's actually due to our education. We were educated wrongly. What we learned was an education. I mean, they will tell you Mungo Park discovered River Niger. How did he discover River Niger? How? Look at the Namibians. They forbade Namibians up until 1990 to talk about a genocide that wiped out. I mean, the first genocide of the 20th century was actually in Namibia. And it was genocide for eugenics. They cut off their heads and sent the heads to Germany to study what actually was making Africans. And this it's almost no one is talking about Namibia. The only time we remember Namibia is when we are complaining about the fact that they are highly underpopulated. But no one is talking about the fact that there was crazy genocide in Namibia, killing off millions of their populations. And then when it was time for the Germans to repatriate funds to them, you know what they said? They said they don't believe they committed genocide in Namibia because, think about it. They didn't think they were doing it to human beings. And the same Germany and Namibia were made to host the UNGA 79th Assembly of the United Nations. How foolish can a whole nation be, to take that kind of insult? 60% of the land in Namibia still belongs to the Germans, the colonials. So our education is wrong. They were educated, and the youths in Namibia were educated not to talk about the genocide. No news media wants to carry it. So you look at it, South Africa is ruled by proxy. The education is still faulty till this very date. So we believe so much in education, but it eventually trains us for their system. And that's one of the reasons why psychologically and subconsciously, the African youth wants to japa to go and study there. And then he feels when he gets there, he can, I was literally somewhere and the lady was sharing a testimony. She thought it was a testimony, that God has done it for her. Her child has gotten asylum in UK. I was like, I don't understand. So you see, we've been trained to look in their direction, but until we begin to re-educate ourselves, and you see, there's a project from one of my friends who's currently working on a project to create a new curriculum in history for African youths. And he's doing it from the from the African Union, and they're going to adopt it around schools in Africa. That's a step. Let's let it grow in our minds. Let me tell you something. If you think about these things that we've talked about today, if you think about it for a while, it's not going to take so long before it starts growing ideas in your mind and then linking you up with people across the continent. And that's actually what we need. This is the unity that they are fighting. It's easier currently to import things from China than to import from Gabon or Namibia. Right now as it is, it's cheaper to fly to UK than to go to Ethiopia currently as I speak to you. And these are the problems, So as more of us begin to get into government, as more of us begin to take positions of authority and policies and power across the continent, we must have educated minds to go with it. And, like I will say again, don't distinguish yourself from those who are currently occupying the offices in government, because many of your friends, many people who believe what we believe are there currently, and they are willing to work with us. And this is where I say again that we must look beyond partisan politics. Yes, the 001 might be what you call him to be, and all that, but there's so many other people that we need to start recruiting them. Many of the inroads I currently have to do the things I'm doing and have conversations with them in the places of policy and governance is because I appeal to, there are people within who believe what you believe. So let's build this community, build it big. Like, this is David here linking up with several of us. I think this is my first space with David. And also, imagine we now have more people. Maybe tomorrow I bring a Rotendo from South Africa, then we bring someone else from East Africa. And then, before long, this movement will be unstoppable. So our resource is actually our numbers, and we're growing. Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you so much for that response. Excellent. Just maybe a slight problem with the whole, I was going to ask Pastor Shags, I have two questions for you. And after that, we'll say about last born. You can mute and ask your and take all 3 or 4 questions together. Pastor Shags, do you believe in prayer and fasting to resolve the issue we have in Africa? And is there any group doing the monitoring of our food security system? About Lasbon, go ahead, ask a question.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone.
And please let's make it short. Thank you.
Yeah, my question is regarding manufacturing. So, while David was speaking earlier, that's basically why I had to pick up the mic. I know that for Africa to develop, we need to industrialize, and for us to industrialize, we need to manufacture things, right? So I believe the same thing that is happening in the journalism world is also happening in the manufacturing industry, where we have NGOs, local NGOs working for foreign NGOs to have sort of like seminars, etc., to look out for the best brains, the guys that are having engineering and innovations in our country, that have startups and all sort of stuff. They pick them up and they literally make them lazy. They change their life to the positive. You see someone who has probably built up something very nice that you think could solve a problem in the country, and suddenly he now has a nice life, traveling all over the world, traveling for seminars whatsoever, and you don't see the product that's giving him this money. However, you see him making posts about one seminar after the other. His life is permanently good, but there is no result of that ingenuity, that genius brain that put him out there in the first place. And you have companies, or let's say small startups as well, that have totally lost track of what they are actually set up for. All they just do is write proposal for grants, get grants, do some trainings, and there's nothing happening with them actually taking out, bringing out products into the market. And these are people who are fantastic with their brain. These are people who are people. Like, to tell them that what they have upstairs, they should pursue instead of looking for an easy way out. Because these individuals who are giving you these stipends, who are giving you this little money to make your life look good, is in comparison with your fellow Nigerians, but not in comparison to themselves, are actually trying to make you lazy. They're not trying to improve or encourage you to do better. Because if they were, you would have products out there in the market rather than just traveling the world, spending your time on seminars and webinars and etc. I don't know if my
Excellent question. Yeah, excellent question. Really thought about what you just said, so you said it the way you said it, in that perspective. Yes. Commando, go ahead, and we can take your 3 or 4 questions together. Commando, are you able to speak? Okay, we don't have him. David and Pastor Shag, please go ahead.
Okay, so I think I'll go first. Yeah, you're absolutely right in saying that that is what is happening. And it's not just in manufacturing. The same thing also happens in tech, as I'm sure you're aware, where there's a whole class of supposed tech bros now that have built a whole cottage industry out of basically applying for grants. And is happening. This phenomenon that you are describing is part of this deliberate deindustrialization strategy that I spoke about. There's a term for paper pushing, report and grant writing stuff. So basically, you guys just become consumers. The only part of the economy that moves is the consumption economy. And a great example of this is Abuja, a city of 4 million people that has zero industrial base. Zero, nothing. Nothing is made in or around Abuja. Abuja is a pure consumer economy. The definition of a Potemkin village. No industrial base whatsoever. To the best of my knowledge, it's probably made in Abuja, and that's a typical NGO economy ecosystem. So when your entire country, it's all well and good if you have one city like that in a country of 200 million, the country can absorb it. But when you have your entire country being, effectively converted into that consumer economy, and then your country's economy becomes held up by aid money or by grant money, which has happened in other places. So, for example, in Somalia, this happened, and it got to the point where essentially the only place where there was any money in the Somalian economy was in the grant sector. Something similar happened in Liberia and in Sierra Leone as well, where it was so bad that there's no decision that was made in these countries, even up to the president's office, without some white guy signing off on it first, which means that everything that's happening in the country, in fact, the people in London and DC know about it first, even before the president. So it's very deliberate. How do you reverse that? Again, I don't think it's a simple matter of like going to preach to the individual people themselves, because that doesn't work in Nigeria. In Nigeria, all people can see is what is in front of them. What I'm going to use the $20,000 to do. I'm converting it to Naira, and I'm like, wow, that's about 35 million Naira. I'll buy a nice car, and I'll do this, I'll do that. And then you now come and tell me that no, instead of doing that, I should be looking for how to do something productive. I'll tell you, you're an idiot. Leave me alone to enjoy my life, because that's how Nigerians are. So I think what will fix that is as I said earlier, a mass political awakening in Nigeria, when people are finally able to link what is in front of them with the wider picture of why they are where they are. When instead of just looking at that 20, wait, why is $20,000 35 billion Naira anyway? Because just 10 years ago, $20,000 was basically how much? It was basically about 3 or 4 million Naira. So what happened in the space of 10 years that created this 700 and something percent significant degrading in economic management and governance of your country? And that was caused by a regime change operation that took place in 2015. Who was behind that regime change operation? Okay, the people who were behind the regime change operation are the same people who are offering me this $20,000 now. So are they doing this in my interest, or is there something else that's happening here? Eventually, when our people learn to link cause and effect, that's when this thing will stop. The best type of scenario for that learning to take place, right? The problem with the president like Buhari was that the decline was graded, it was gradual, right? It was manageable, right? With a president like Tinubu, the decline is like it's literally falling off a cliff every day. Like literally everybody's standard of living is absolutely crashing into a well. I know people who would have been classed as middle class in 2020 who are basically living from hand to mouth now, struggling to feed their kids and wondering how they're going to make their next rent and school fees payments month after month after month. That has happened now, and that's going to worsen. And I think that's a good thing, because eventually that suffering, which is, in my opinion, the only thing that Nigerians really learn from, that suffering is what will force our people to finally. And then finally, they will link that cause and effect. So again, over the next half decade to a decade, I think that's when we're going to see this critical mass, because that's when things are really going, as they say in the movie, shit is really going to get real. And I'm sorry if that sounds like a horrible thing to say, but I'm speaking from a realist point of view.
Pastor Shaq.
My network kicked me out and I was away for to circle back to one of the points Pastor Sheikh made. He said he was going to share a document about GMOs being vaccines or so. And I just wanted to point out that we have a report. I think we would retweet it. We have a report that Rose Gidado confirmed that GMOs are edible vaccines. 21st century issues. And they were talking about the topic of that webinar. Of course, what they do best is CSO's discourse in biotechnology and GMOs application in Nigeria's agricultural system. So yeah, this was in June of last month. Rather, the webinar was in May of last. I wanted to put that, add that information to what Pastor Sheikh said. He was going to put out a document. We will also retweet this report. So
but she didn't mention it. So when she got to 4, she then skipped and continued. So I immediately put out a question in that very way. And we had to stress it to her. Excuse me, ma'am. Are you really saying that this is this? And, she confirmed it. And that's how you have that video, that particular video. The last biosafety conference, and in that document, it says that hepatitis B vaccine will be inside plants. And here's the thing: somebody might be listening and saying, "Oh, this is guys going to eat tech." See, I'm not interested in eating tech because the human body was made many years ago, and what it's compatible with is the food that God gave to us. So I'm not interested in eating technology. Really, I'm not, and because technology is never perfect. Never perfect. There's no technology of man that is perfect. Think about it. Think about every single thing man. Meanwhile, you have eaten it, and the thing has given you whatsoever it is it was designed to give to you. Just like the COVID vaccines, now they are pardoning. When was it? I think it was in September. I had a face off myself and Professor Christobeg. We faced off with Professor Kudu and Abraham at Human Rights Radio in Abuja. We're in the studio. They came to meet us in the studio. So we had a face of a live debate. That as we are leaving the studio, we should be coming to the office. That if we see anything like laboratory, make we bend. That there is no single laboratory there, and they know those two people or that they are part of the people that are eating, and so on and so forth, and all the things they were saying are the things that the international people give them to say. And while we're having that debate, from the NBMA, now this is NABDA. On the EFSA risk assessment procedure, that's the European Food Safety Authority, EFSA. And that's a 2-year testing period. The EFSA risk assessment for GMO maize because they felt it was insufficient and it was also short term, that many of them are looking for the term. Best information we've gotten from NBMA that they did the EFSA risk assessment, which is just a 2-year period of testing. So yes, I wanted to put that on record so that if I personally believe in prayer and fasting to solve Nigeria's problems. Oh, definitely, because how did Jesus say it? He said, "What said faith without works is dead." So we have to also put the work while we pray. You know, in fact, there was a time Jesus said that as you Google you people that ask me questions, so I'm answering. So he said that this kind of demon does insight and guidance. And if you're very familiar with the spirit realm, you understand that there are many problems that are actually engineered by spiritual forces. Heads before they said what they said, before they did what they did. At CERN, I don't know if you know about CERN, where they are making the Large Hadron Collider. an entity called Dwachkul. Dwachkul is DJWALKHUL. He has a Wikipedia page. It's not a physical entity. So if the Satanists and you guys on the other side, any of these things that are happening. So so to answer your question, I believe in praying and fasting, and that's watching and praying too, and to do the things that we're doing. They are territorial spirits, and you have to deal with them. So yes, I do. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Pastor Shex. Like I said, I missed some minutes, so I do not know if everyone has asked their questions. David, those who are on the speaker section, have they asked their questions?
Lifetime, which my I wouldn't be wrong if I say it's almost impossible. But David, I think I've given how will I put this best? I think I've given up on the people who are positioning to take over from them. The young people might be way worse than the people that we have now. So, David, when you look at our young people or young leaders, we seem to be carried away, or people seem to be interested in very basic things centered women driving in expensive cars, and that is where life ends. How do you think you guys as journalists will be able to Nigeria, for example, your space is likely to attract people we you know, white LUST, Lima Uniform Sierra Tango, to looking at strategic things that matter, like what we are discussing today. That's
it's happening anywhere close to the pace I would like for it to be happening at. But I've resigned myself to the reality that Nigeria is a Mercedes-Benz 911 truck. It's as far as rewiring the African mind is concerned, as I said earlier, someone earlier today, I was talking to a colleague in he's Zambian, but he's based in Nairobi. And I told him the reason why you guys in Eastern, the commercial potential that I think we have in West Africa is because you guys are very comfortable. That's what I told him. Because if you've been to like Nairobi or Lusaka, they're just lovely places. Honestly, you just want to find a house somewhere and just marry someone and just rest. A nuclear weapon to wipe it out, honestly, because it's so deeply embedded, and the people are very, very okay. Out of Africa, you know, Africa has grades, right? Oh my God, I really hate this thing. So as I was saying, I often joke that Africa has grades, right? And we are the grade 5. We are the Africa grade of Africa. So we don't are witnessing and that we are still going to witness over the next half decade, going into a decade, is what is going to rewire our mental architecture by force. It's going to happen. Again, I wish there was another way. To happen, nobody can stop it. I certainly can't. So if you well, let me not say if you recall, because most of us weren't around at that time, but crisis by like 1988, Nigeria was basically just wasn't going anywhere. It was beached, right? And Nigeria is heading for a similar scenario where public finances $1 Nigeria makes, I think something like 97 cents is going for debt repayment. So basically, like Nigeria is in a functional sense. Nigeria is not really making money. Nigerian government is insolvent. It's printing money. The exchange change my screen timeouts.
Yeah, so David, just maybe short your answers that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna change my screen time.
of
It's
your
not that.
Twitter.
As soon as it's not that. As soon as the screen light goes off, it
Oh, the
cuts
screen light.
everything off.
Oh, okay.
Change Premier League or Champions League or whatever. Your compact DSTV compact is now costing 95,000 naira a month, and then the sort of the what's it called? All these little parts of middle class life that you still manage to have in Nigeria. And everything becomes a luxury, which was what happened. My parents, arguably, it's been happening since 2016, but it's accelerating now. So I think that when we reach that critical moment where people realize that I literally can't afford food, things have never been this bad before, and I don't know what gist you're going to have on social media next, and all the other things that sort of act as distractions. So, and I really can't wait until it happens. It's not far away anymore.
It's really not far away anymore. Thank you, David. I think we'll just
Yeah, we have
Kareem.
Oxley Tech. No,
Okay,
Kama,
Oxley
we have
Technologies.
Oxley Tech has been here.
Okay, and then
Yeah, he's been here for a
okay, and then
minute.
has Barney asked his question? Barney Stinson.
And Red can get a brand new queue
Okay,
going.
please go ahead.
And sorry, let's make it three. Oxitec, Retrofizzle, and Dr. Spuro. Spuro
Yeah,
something.
Mokwe.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Please, if you don't mind. Some of the things you put out has caused embarrassment in very highly placed quarters in terms of real bloody nose, you know, maybe in some government act. So do you sometimes feel targeted by maybe some of your colleagues because some of the things you put out have sometimes embarrassed some of your colleagues in very high places? Do you some maybe some of these Western governments, as the case may be, right? So that's question number one. You know, the
school. In other words, you're going to get a degree on in mass communication or journalism and all of that. What advice do you have for someone that wants
Right. Okay. So the first question, do I have I ever felt targeted? Well, all the time. I mean, as recently as 2023, when, if you recall, I had an academic fellowship at the University of Cambridge. And people can move levers. And if you recall how they managed to turn my book launch into this whole melodrama, and then there were headlines coming out calling my book launch fraudulent, and it was all the biggest. And what should have been a milestone moment or a good memory. So stuff like that happens all the time. It's not a rare thing, which is why I'm not even really that affected by such things anymore, because I understand that there's a bigger objective from what I just into a den of vipers, and you always have to keep your wits about you and have eyes on the back of your head and never trust anybody. This most recent development, for example, regarding this leaked in your position, and I saw this kind of thing, I would have immediately excused that, even if I was so dumb that I didn't realize that ones who are the name of someone that I actually know and I'm supposedly friendly with on that list, I would immediately, at the very least, I would excuse myself from it. And I would tell them, please take my name out of this thing. I don't remember a passworded foreign intelligence document labeling your colleague as pro Kremlin and whatnot, clearly setting up your colleague, like clearly putting a target on his back. Why did I do that? And the person is like,
Yeah, give it a minute. He'll be back.
right. And yeah, sorry about that. And then the person is like, oh, especially in Nigeria, there are a lot of people who call themselves journalists, whose entire they will happily sell you at the first opportunity to do so. So if you are ready, because nobody really wants to be associated with this kind of hard-hitting journalism. If you're all these things, then sure, go ahead. But
All right. Thank you, David. Dr. Soporo, please, you're next.
Hi guys, thank you guys for hosting this space. Actually, I've been listening quite closely since a couple of hours. David, I think what you just said now just tied. It's not the bubble anymore because it's quite there. Your work is obviously there's a lot of eyeballs on your page every day. I know that. So, how do we amplify what you are doing and what the rest of the team doing, Shakes and the other people here, this sort of awareness? Because a lot of these like that, just funding, some of the work that you do. Not that you're asking for money or anything, but I think having a pay, not necessarily a paywall, the West African Weekly. I think maybe having the option where people can. I don't know if it is on the website. I've just had a look on that West Africa website on my phone. I don't think it has the option to gift or subscribe or something along those lines. I don't think it. As well. And this thing costs money. So I would say I will suggest not necessarily your own Twitter page, so he's seen as going to a very good cost, but obviously we know you're behind. But West Africa Weekly, maybe to consider having that option. Well, that's very clear, but giving that option where some people can just randomly be feeling, maybe they've heard something you've posted and stuff like this, But the African diaspora, and there's a reason my and now it's a different conversation, but maybe one way of giving back, because I was saying someone just last Sunday said, yes, after you've survived, Japa is about survivor, fine, but after you've survived, what next? How can you give back? And then, like I said, having maybe that option easily set up a direct debit for via PayPal or whatever to West Africa Weekly. And I know there are a lot of people that have the same thinking as well. So leverage another option, and that's just an advice. But very good work you guys do, Pastor Sheks and everyone else here. Some of these work on GMOs and sort of the drain that we're seeing now with Western young, healthy brilliant people leaving Nigeria, leaving Africa. They can give back, if not physically being in Nigeria, but maybe their resources. Instead of the money going to fund dirty December, maybe you can do something, to a worthy cause like this, and let us fund our own work with the African diaspora.
Thank you very much, Dr. Supuru. David, do you want to comment on that first before I say anything?
Yeah, I don't think I want to comment on that because, like, when it comes, as you know, I've tried a whole bunch of the board, the management team to discuss. I'm not, as I've mentioned, as I'm sure you're aware, it's no longer a David Ondane show. I'm not the majority owner of East Africa Weekly any longer. So there's a whole team of people who need to be consulted for any such decision. So I'll see what they have to say first.
Just like David said, he will get to see what the board will do about that. With your Fizo, and you go next, and then
every journalist that has actually received some grants money from USAID has taken it with to do negative propaganda. So, for example, I know someone like Day. Thing. That was done. That's number one. But does that mean that you wouldn't be able to, at least just like how you did in 2003, come to the UK for any book launch or anything like that? And is there any plan by you to actually
thank you. Barney Stinson, please go ahead before David. David, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So regarding the first question, is USAID it's whether you say there are some positives or there are some negatives, the issue is that whatever is being funded is never funded because it's in Nigeria's interest or because it's in your interest. It's funded because it's in the funder's interest. Your MacArthur's and your Fords and your Open Society foundations and they all fall into the same category, right? They are all funding respected, is this, is that. Well, what is this individual best known for? How did this individual come to public prominence? It was basically for being part of a regime change, all of that stuff, right? That was how this individual and his red-capped partner came to national prominence. It was through taking part in a US-sponsored regime change operation. So if those are the kind of people that USAID cooperates with, I'm sure you don't need a suit there to tell you that there's already a problem, right? Because the basic issue here is activities that make sure that and politically subversive activities in your country to make sure that your country's economy never becomes strong enough to the point that your government is able to raise enough tax revenues consistently to be able to actually assume that responsibility and no longer and helping you to heal the wound, or at least just leaving you to your own devices. The person keeps on removing the knife a few inches, sticking it back, and then giving you painkillers and giving you that's USAID and other grant and funding people. They are here to help you. They are not, right? Aid is not give away money. Aid is geopolitical quid pro quo. There's always something that is coming in return for it, and collects foreign aid, right? Even the likes of, as I was saying on I think it was News Central, I was saying this the other day. I don't think it's outlandish to suggest that Nigeria should see itself as contemporary the USAID. I don't care whether anybody says, oh, there is this borehole that is built in Bauchi State or whatever. Nah, the whole of US of already been answered, where you have a situation where the UK's premier foreign intelligence agency is producing secret documents labeling me as a threat. Why on earth am I 2 feet going to this is Oyinbo being Oyinbo. So the short answer, no.
All right, thank you, David. I think we have our last Optimus and then Cassiope. I don't know. Cassiopeia. Something. Yeah, we'll go in that order, please. Try as much as possible to make your questions.
Okay, thank you so much for for this. And to David, thank you for what you do. I'm one of your many silent fans. Always happy to hear, to get notifications from you, from your tweets and your work on. Earlier during the discussion, I had, but all of it had been answered. So just appreciate what David has been doing over the years, and please be safe.
Ike, you're next.
So I said, this is scary. You are telling me that at some point in my life, I am going to always subscribe for food. And these people can take away my right to even subscribe. What
Timus, are you there? Okay, Casopia.
Yeah. I won't food and food programs and economic recovery. So in 2011 in Jos Plateau State, we went for a PDM, post-distribution monitoring, after they are to plant it the following year, and they are not growing. What's actually wrong? I couldn't answer that question there. So when we opened the window for the next FAO and other agencies for us to give. And the excuses he gave was like the increased crop yield, the resistance to diseases and what and what. Then the next meat resistance. And one of the key functions of most NGOs or humanitarian agencies like GMOs, like Africans just have to, Nigerians in particular, have to accept the GMO
cons, and believe you me, every NGO you see today carrying out if economic recovery program, distributing grains and
through government programs to our farmers. Our farmers are not literate enough through what he's saying here on what they're even planting.
Because I mean, our eyes really got open to it also quite late, and the FCCPC, the FCCPC and the awareness that we have been creating over the past 1 year, because essentially I really fully began on this GMO thing in January. Well, of course, with everyone on this call joining the awareness. And during the budget defense for NABDA, one of these agencies, recently at the National Assembly, the House of Reps members tasked first of all, asked them, and it's been enforced in some quarters. And the House of Reps asked the agency, and they, of course, said not adequately. And to that effect, we went to FCCPC immediately, and we sat down with them. And of course, it's an ongoing conversation, letting them know that in British American Tobacco, some false labelings and so on and so forth. So we're bringing it to their attention that this is yet another case that they need to take up, because they are the ones responsible to by the government who patronize these donor agencies and elevation programs and all. Many of these NGOs have thrived in ignorance, because if you look at these guys, if you listen to these guys sell this thing, you may be swayed yourself. And many of them have been swayed for years. Why would anti-GMOs top the list of voices they want to silence if it is not important? So with that on the front burner now, and of course with the guy who just dropped out of the program. We have many actually that are dropping out. It's no longer as popular as it was before. I remember a time the media houses in Nigeria were not willing to carry anything anti-GMO, but right now many support. So we're at the point where policy must change, and we must also effect the policy change. But with the tentacles of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I mean, these guys are still working. There is somebody, I will keep calling her out. Please, her name is Rose Gidado. Roxy Dado on Twitter. Go and check her out. She's what you call the priestess of GMO. Campaign. Thank you.
So, Pastor Shax, thanks for sharing that. Rose Gidado is the name. Everybody check her out. Respectfully, not harassment. Let's ask a question.
Yeah, I can send you some names of organizations which are still doing it in Nigeria. They are mostly based in Abuja. In abundance in Nigeria, and take it for face value. The abundance in Nigeria.
We'll be in touch.
And we currently want to know. Yes. There's another individual. Now, there's another individual that I need to introduce. And Beans. He was one that rubber stamped it. In fact, the period of risk assessment for those ones was like, one was like 21 days. The other one was like the submitted application in October. By January, at a conference in America, learning about GMO mosquitoes and how they can use the mosquitoes to reduce malaria and also aid vaccination. America, where Bill Gates is releasing his mosquitoes, and there are unconfirmed reports that it's already happening here in Nigeria, but parts of the world without recourse to anyone. How difficult What is it to release mosquitoes without anybody saying anything in Nigeria? So yeah, they always would localize an agent. They'll look for a worthy accomplice here first, and they have found Nigeria. Yeah.
Pastor Sheikh, this just tells how intense the war we are fight against in this what we're fighting. So
Okay, I think will alone for Niger. Your hands are up. You have a question? Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Greetings, everybody. David, I greet you. I want to ask, first of all, a question. People, some of the youth of Nigeria are, some of us today, our major priorities as things like traction and all that. And then the guys do what they do. So I want to ask David, is it possible for you to please reach out to some Kenyan people who were hosting spaces, and in some of their spaces, you see like about 100,000 people on those spaces. Is there any way you can reach out to these people together to be hosting these spaces at least like once every week? That way, we will get a whole lot of persons to tomorrow, next tomorrow, we just leave it until, So I don't know if, David, if you can do that so that this space David, and before I go, I want to say, please, work to us as a people that will be telling each and every one of us. So please, if you know you can subscribe to David's work, I'm not talking about I'm talking about David's work directly. If you know you can subscribe as a Nigerian, and even non-Nigerian, African, if you can subscribe, please do. Because to spend, so much dollars to give just to to propagate their evil against we Africans. And according to David, what he's having and running with is just chewing gum money. But if you and I who can afford to subscribe, if you subscribe to his work, can subscribe, please do well to subscribe. I am begging us. I am begging us.
Well, I mean, yeah, I already put in as much effort. Like, I regularly collaborate with African Stream. I actually used to work with them on sites when I lived in Nairobi, and we're still it's a bit harder, but I'm making the progress that I can. And yeah, I mean, it's a slow burn again, but we're getting there. This isn't going to happen overnight, but we're strapped in for
here. Just say this. The fact that there's a board that governs and operates Africa who doesn't need to rely on multimedia and media that tells you what you need to know. If we don't do it, Africa to do this work. So I just want to make that known. Uh, it's not, and these are non-governmental people. These are some of the people that also
there, putting that out there because it's very important. Thank
So Nani, we'll go with Stephen.
I think Stephen.
Go ahead.
to put I fear that the target is bigger. So I'm praying for you, David. Please be safe. In Nigerian time, since you are in Nigeria, you can say 10 o'clock every Saturday. So all of us in the diaspora can join you on that space and already happening. We are in clear and I with Africans. There's a reason there are more than 2 million to Africa. We don't learn, particularly Nigerians in America. I'm always benefiting from that fight. It's not our fight. There's a bigger fight ahead. What Hitler could not do when they defeated Hitler. They don't GMO takes over Nigeria, they will just shut us off if we try to be independent, and nobody will be able to eat. The economy will not grow.
Shags, you first. You've been requested to commit to something, and then David.
Okay. Sorry. To be intensive, we need to drum it harder. And well, if you, I you miss the space. You don't lose. I will look at time, look at how we can bring that back. But then again, to the gentleman who and read our tweets. There are a lot of information that we put out there. You can always find a lot and a lot and a lot of information. For instance, listen to the space for as long as this has been, which is almost 3 4 hours now. But if you have a tweet, people can easily just go back there, read it, and things
And
tweet. Let me see if I can put it up on the Jumbotron. Let me look for
all right,
it.
thanks.
There
Thanks.
is
Uh,
which is not in that wait until they start killing us before we start acting. There is no need of taking it gently because what we are talking about is they really need to get it hot because we don't need to wait for them to eat all those money and put all of us in danger. So that's the main thing I think.
Uh,
You, David Winding, for the work you've been doing, the awareness, and everything. It's really, really appreciated. To at least identify the very best of us to lead the rest of us. Why do I say this? Because you know, so that way power is just retained within a small circle of elites, and they just keep rotating it year in year out. West or Alpha in the southeast and all of that. At least that very way we can uncover who
like yes. Respond.
I
the sellouts still had their way. So I'm not even saying that
Yeah.
we should.
Okay.
At the very least, it's just to identify who the sellouts are amongst us. Not sellouts,
Thank
not
you.
weaklings.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Reynolds.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Reynolds. This is not we are fully not equipped used to, swing an Asu Rock and National Assembly to correct their heads. Please do what you can to get the countries, multiple, to help the countries move forward in West Africa and Africa as a whole. Solomon.
So good evening, depending on I've been following Mr. David and the West African Weekly for some time. And so, first of all, like I mentioned, I am a Ghanaian, I'm a pharmacist, scholarship and all that. Now, during my studies, I uncovered a number of things, and part of it, somewhere 2022, when the Russian-Ukraine war started, invade Ukraine and all that. But I think as time went on, studies and all, getting deeply into geopolitics and all, Russia invest in state media can make such pronouncements that this propaganda war invest in a state that will protect the state's interest and the state's information and its communication. You think of where these individual tiny record, giving the information or what their stand is on this issue, because it is not a mainstream media topic. Facing now, where RT media gets chased out of conferences, Ukraine and these skirmishes and all that. But Russian, pro Kremlin stories and all that, labeling and media organizations have their fundings mostly outside the country, or those whose funding do not come outside the country. you get lost in who the actual enemy is. Right. So coming back, going to the end of what I want to say, based on all these collections, in this continent is unity, especially since we cannot point to a funding that would say luxury, right? And immediately you go for a funding, it means you lose the right to the unifying with the East African bosses and all that. I think the answer really lies there. How the various little fragments of media, these Afri world.
Solomon, please round up. Okay.
Sure. Example: this GMO story that is in Nigerian circulation will be useful to people in Ghana. It will be useful to people in Kenya. But how do they go? And publish collective stories. So this one publishes story, this one gets the feed and all that. That way, I think we would reach more voices rather than spaces that have like only
get a new Oba. So my uncle died September last year. So we're currently in the process of getting a new Oba. So I think that answers the question about contacting divination. It can also be hacked.
And was born here, and I'm totally lost in your space, but it sounds very important. And I constantly post about I've done while I've been on this space. I've looked up on Google what the MBRDA is. It said something about um, uh, organs. I'm not quite sure.
Fredo
I
Deng.
have. I've followed everybody
He,
on there.
yeah,
And I've
yes,
gone to your
great. And he
pages.
has been posting, yes, he's been posting some exposés on how USAID and other foreign actually targeted specific individuals in the media space has enemies of their agenda. So that's what the space is about, kind of informing everybody. Be careful what you read and what you opt without being without recognizing what's going on. On that.
Then, so the first question I wanted to ask is, since we have discovered these people pushing this GMO agenda, is there a way of trying these people? Like, is there a court to try them and like charge them for treason? Because everybody is actually writing, said there was a time where we Africans were born if we actually learn how to read. So when I was younger, I actually like TikTok, and we are usually watching shorts a lot. So is it that we don't want to pass these messages to older, younger people, or is it more like conversation of, okay, how can we make Nigerians start reading? Because I've seen a lot of people, even people that think, okay, they can subscribe to his newsletter and the rest, but after subscribing to this newsletter, are those people actually reading it? Because I really want to know. Then I want to still ask him if he knows Thomas Sowell and what he thinks about Thomas Sowell's writing on Black America.
Saying those representing GMOs for treasonable or offenses.
Uh, public servant or so, if it is within 90 days he did what he did. So these guys, our guys were questioning this guy, who they were suing him like I got started on this. I spoke to a few lawyers and I asked, I said, what do we do? And they said to me, they said, if you immediately head to the court, (2015) is in effect, that opens Nigeria up both to importation and cultivation of GMOs. So they said that you have to do the hard part of the society. So when they see that it's really a troubling situation, to help take a position against the law. Nothing going on there. Things are already getting ready to start, but of course, this is a public space. We don't know who's listening, but we don't want to open all our cards, put all our cards, I don't mean me and my few people. I mean, including you. You're also involved in it and post it on TikTok. No one appointed anybody to do what we are doing. We all got here by passion. Okay.
To speak. But you guys, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, you heard him. Technicalities. Piafi, Tonya Piafi.
Yes. Thank you, sir. It from what Ogaga asked, because I just wanted to come up from the point that how much I wanted to know what more can we do to enlighten the citizens about our rights and about the legalities on how we can address this matter on a large scale. That's my first question. in line with what Pastor Sheikh said, we have the burden of responsibility to share these messages in ways we can. And before we know, if everybody's going to do their bit, then in no time, there will be the few people up there that are trying to dwarf the system cannot resist. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate everyone on this platform. And it's been a long night. Everyone have abandoned. Question because most of the questions that I wanted to ask has been dealt with. But I just want to ask this question. I don't know, maybe part of the negotiate in such a way that it put us in such a bad and a bad end. We negotiate only for the main purpose going to benefit the coming generation. I just want to put that out. I don't think I have any other question. Thanks to everyone. I hope so thank you everyone.
Have parting words and for those that really follow his work, turn on the notification so when he posts some of his reports, we can see it and be better informed and up on a space, maybe not on the frequency people are requesting, but on a certain tempo to just keep this issue. We know how we love our street corns. You don't know what you're buying. That's just the truth. It will taste funny. It might taste close to what you're used to, but you don't know what you're eating. So
They can have to fix this country, and we must be very, very deliberate about taking these things out there to them, letting them know how dangerous their silence is. Your um, follow me. I post a lot of very long a lot of stuff on this. Don't get tired of it because there's a whole lot of information that distill it in as many ways as possible to everyone that we can find. Thank you very much and good night, everyone. God bless you.
and we have one Africa, and some of us are trying to come back to it in and you know not not to come and suffer in it or be in the hospital from illness.
Good question. I just wanted to know if the GMO mosquitoes you talked about are they the same mosquitoes in Indonesia? They want to see the name because I usually just pronounce the virus's name on my head, and I've not really learned how to pronounce the virus. But I just want to know: is it the same? Um,
What
staying through to the end of this. We all have a role to play in this war that we are fighting. We are but Pastor Sheikh earlier mentioned some ways we could combat this thing. Join other pressure groups. Be following other mundane issues. But we need to all come together to be very active and be a voice in from the policy making process. If you're not following West Africa Weekly and our speakers here, please do follow us and turn on your notifications. Turn on work this war that we are fighting. So yeah, thank you very much. And one last thing, I would like everyone to know that your voice are being heard. Your voice is the other, and just little steps like this would count in the future. And I'm sure we'll all be glad that we participated. Post
All right, well, thank you so much for joining. Hey, Mr. Passat, greetings, sir. How's everything? Happy Monday to you. I hope you're having a great start to the week. Guys, I will see you later on in the day at 5:30. We're going to address this some more. Have a great day. Thank you, Dee, Misty, Kenneth. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.